Sorry about the delay there. Had to get up at the last second to change something for my resin curing station. I turned around. I was like, let me look at the clock real quick. Oh, I've got 30 seconds, no problem. And by the time I turn back around, it's just blinking zero at me. Oh, how time flies. That's kind of the subject of tonight. I feel, is it not? Speaking of time flying like a desert owl, like Desert Owl 97, renewing that sub for 2 months? 2 months of subs? Desert Owl, thank you so much. How you doing today? Oh, I'm burning myself. That coffee's very fresh, and I just put my finger right against the side of the mug there. How we doing? Let me get caught up on what's going on here. Crossbow Roof, Desert Owl, good to see you folks. Xander Shade, Data Nerd, Vergata Rung, Project, Dark Fox, Sehul, Penu. We just got everybody in here tonight, don't we? To Square, Datron Voltari, holy shit. Y'all are out of control. Oh, there's Bahamut. Misread the announcement in Rhino's Discord, but then it was Mountain Standard. It's always, just Bahamut, it's always Mountain Standard. Always Mountain Standard for me. Steal a Rebel in at the beginning of the stream. Jesus Christ, what time is it there? What, did you just not sleep last night? Holy hell. Welcome in, Steal a Rebel. Good to see you. Thank you so much for getting that shout out done. By the way, Data Nerd folks, if you're not following Steal a Rebel, like, if you've got, if for whatever reason, for whatever bizarre confluence of circumstances, you only have one follow to give, you've got Thunderhead Studio and you've got Steal a Rebel, and you're weighing it, for the love of God, give it to Steal a Rebel. Go give her a follow. She's so... Particularly if you're here for the oil painting, I feel like I am a child with finger paints over here. It's ridiculous. Oh man, Kursala, of course. Lore Friendly, how you doing today? Journeyman Paint Hour, leveling up 1 paint hour at a time. 2 years and the timer's still wrong. Some things never change, Hamburg Tech, and they never will. Oh my god, there's so many things happening. Lord Hethrear, welcome in. How you doing, man? It's good to see you. I was just thinking about you. All nice things, I assure you. 2 years, 2 cheers, hitting that 12-month streak. Thank you so much for the Prime sub, Kursala. I'm getting caught up here. Just bear with me. And thank you so much, Steal a Rebel. I don't have a tiny stein to toast you back with. I'm gonna toast you with one of these fine Thunderhead Studio mugs. Here in a minute, I'm going to get the giveaways going, and you can win some of the things that you see here. You see how cleverly I did that? It's subtle. We have 2 giveaways going tonight, each with 3 placements. One is for followers, one is for subscribers. Subscribers will be eligible to win gift codes from Steel Warrior Studios, specifically a $100 gift code and 2 $50 gift codes for the 2nd and 3rd placements. And then for the follower giveaway, first place will be winning one of our very, very cool zip-up hoodies with the Thunderhead Studio logo on it. I love it. And I mean, obviously, I wouldn't I? It would be odd if I didn't. I like the Thunderhead Studio hoodie in particular, because it just has the logo on the front, and this logo is general enough, you can get away with wearing this anywhere, and people aren't going to be like, what's that vulgar cartoon of the man with paintbrushes shooting out of his nostrils on your chest there? No, they're like, oh, what a nice little logo. I wonder what that company is, but I don't care enough to ask. They never care enough to ask, do they? No lemons, the snack. No, I actually looked. I actually got up. I was like, I'm gonna go get a fucking lemon and eat it on stream, because I swear I'll just eat them. When the wife is doing anything citrus, she always saves me like a hat, like any leftover lemons or limes, she just gives to me. She'll slice them and give them to me. I'll just munch them right down. No sleep on Thunder Eve. Oh my god, that is crazy. For the love of God, please sleep. Wife bought some terrain files, having the local library makerspace print us some. Fuck yeah, Bahamut, that's awesome. I didn't start my printer. I I need to, when I get started painting, I've got to actually start a print. I'm finishing off the Desert 2 prints. Speaking of which, we're going to have a stream next week where we're painting some of those new Hextech hills. I've got a bunch of them, and it's going to be simple dry brushing, and I'm like, fuck it, we'll do it live. Why the fuck not? Journeyman Paint Hour, dropping that gift sub, going out to the Spottiest Shark. Thank you so much for that, Journeyman Paint Hour. All the love. All the love. One paint hour at a time. I wonder how many paint hours it's going to take to get to Artisan Paint Hour. I'll be fascinated tracking this. I am way behind on chat. Give me a fucking chance. Oh. Lore friendly. No, dude. I totally understand. Totally understand. I appreciate you stopping in, man. But yeah, please take care of yourself. Get the rest you need, man. Even Metalcore Collectibles. My, oh my. I'm glad to hear you taking some time off, MCC. You work more than enough. Jesus Christ, the number of files you churn out. DFW Dweg, it is good to see you, my friend. Time flies like brick. Fruit flies like banana. Oh, that's awful. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Xander Shade, welcome in. For the love of God, ease up on the new beard rate command. We have separated those for the sake of my health, and I don't have a beer yet. Calm yourselves, chat. Oh my God. Yeah, the explosion, that's odd behavior in the back. You should absolutely have that scene too. Hamburg Tack, thank you for the bits that you dropped several minutes ago. I'm still catching up. Alright, let's see. Datron Voltari, thank you so much for saying so. White Wolf popping in for a moment, because what else are you going to do while waiting? White Wolf, as I said, I'm sorry you're stuck in the Phantom Zone right now, man. Fucking take her easy. We'll have plenty. There's plenty to go around. We're having a little giveaway tonight for the 2-year stream anniversary, but we're also coming up here pretty soon on 2,000 followers. I think we're at about 1825 right now. So for 2,000 followers, we're going to have, I think, a bigger giveaway with more minis, more models, more paints. It's going to be a good time. Autofire, hey, thanks for being here. Oh, thank you very, very much for saying so. Hypnotic Mom, oh my God. I tried to make this like a little thing. I wasn't even trying to spread around we were doing the 2-year stream anniversary all that much, and yet everyone is here regardless. That level 1 hype train coming into the station, guys. Thank you so much. Gift subs and bits. Way to make a guy feel welcome. Now wear the hoodie too. It's hot in my office, Data Nerd. How am I still behind on chat? Yes, Forgottaron. The evening before a Thunderhead stream is actually always Thunder Eve, but you don't capitalize it. When it's the night before the stream anniversary, then it's capital, and according to the Old Testament, that is the official Thunder Eve that we celebrate, and we get together. We usually have like a turkey, you know. We might have some fish and chips smothered in malt vinegar and salt. We will ceremonially split and eat a lemon. Kind of the oldest, most orthodox of adherents will take a Twizzler and sort of eat it from both ends, you know, like Lady and the Tramp. But we don't. That's something people haven't really done that, like in public, for a few decades now. Mech painting win. Oh my God. You know, I'm great question. Soon, TM, and I finally get caught up to NMO Xander Shade, giving out a gift sub, heading out to Scythe AU, and thank you so much for that. There's Beard Rate, yeah, that's new. That's new. You should know that you are somewhat limited on that one. You can't give me that one more than once every 5 minutes. Oh my God. Okay, I'm almost there. 2K followers, we finally get the lost episodes of 50 Shades, Hamburg Tack. I can't even, I don't know what you're talking about. There are no lost episodes. None whatsoever. Thunder Dude, what's up, man? Exalamer, how you doing? Ren Momo.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
Oh, Romeo Void. Yeah. January 20th. Rifkin, thank you so much for saying so. God, I am almost there. Sehu Peanut, ducking out for 5 minutes, but we'll be back in another 5. Oh my god, okay. Almost there. Matthew B, 465. I'm pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. I've had a good night. I kind of just woke up from a nap, so I'm going to be a little foggy-brained for a little bit. Hope you folks don't mind. Welcome in, Matthew. Zombie Brush, thank you so much. Yeah, a lot's happened just in the last year, not even in the last 2 years. Lots happened in the last 2 years. But, last year's been pretty wild, too. Twizzler Straw Whiskey Shot Race. Those words don't mean anything when you put them together like that. Wait, are you saying that you take a shot of whiskey and you have a race to see who can suck the shot of whiskey through a Twizzler that has been bit off on both ends to become a straw? Because that sounds disgusting. That like, oh my god. Everything about that seems like it would be viscerally unpleasant. I don't want to do that. I'll do a shot of whiskey and then eat a Twizzler. Not now. Let's not do that. Just got done recording YouTube videos. Matthew B. From a YouTube channel that I would know. Renegade HPG, maybe? There's a Matthew that I've been talking with recently who's on YouTube. Lore Friendly, thank you so much for being here, man. Alright. Hang on. For the love of God, save your beer drates until I have a beer, you maniacs. I'm not gonna go back. I don't care. Vitrian Dragoon should be done printing. Go check him out. Riot Sister, welcome in as well. I am gonna go ahead and get these giveaways started right quick. I gotta start one over here. Running 2 simultaneously is always an interesting time. Wablam! Alright, there we go. The first one is going. This one is for subscribers only to get Steel Warrior Studio Store credit. Enter !Doppler to join that pool. And there will be a little reminder in chat periodically as that goes on. And wablam! Let's get that second one going. Followers can enter !Rumble to be entered in the merch giveaway drawing. Against first place will be getting a nice zip-up hoodie. Second and third places will get your choice of one of these very nice Thunderhead Studio mugs or one of these equally nice Thunderhead Studio t-shirts. As you can tell, I'm, damn it. What was that whole fucking commercial? With I'm not just a paid actor, I'm also a client. I don't know. I just woke up. My brain's all foggy. Give me a break. And again, there will be, you can hit, if you need details, if you want to enter, but don't know what to put, enter !Giveaway in chat, and you will get some details that will also pop up periodically. Matt Yee, first place, not getting a mug. You say that like you ain't got a mug already, Yee. You know what the fuck I'm talking about. Do the McConaughey. I do, yeah, you notice that, Data Nerd. This is the only one with the logo on the sleeve. It felt appropriate tonight. How you doing, Matt Yee? Can we get a shout out, by the way, for the talented, the imaginative, the sensual Matt Yee, the streamer you should absolutely be following, if you're not already. I mean, remember, folks, follows are free, and I know this isn't the most flattering way to put it, But I encourage people to remember that you can follow as many people as you want, and if you go into their stream and you're like, this place sucks, all you have to do is unfollow them. It's really not hard. It's totally non-committal. Oh, thank you so much, Data Nerd. Logo out, Dan. If you finish my coffee, we'll go ahead and get started. I got a lot of crap on my desk. I mean, I always say that, but it tends to be different crap, at the very least. I have something kind of interesting on my desk tonight. It's not assembled, but I have all the parts for it. I'll show it to you before I put it away. It's pretty neat. No one's gonna care, because no one gives a shit about this movie. And it makes me sad. Karsala even talks shit about this movie. And it hurts me every time that he does. You should, Riot Sister. Whoa, 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 Riot Sister, you're not wearing your special shirt? How can you be a mod of this stream if you're not wearing your special shirt? How can you even come close to fulfilling your duties if you're not wearing your special shirt? That's clearly a requirement. My God. Just can't get good help these days. That's a very different special shirt, Yee. That's, yeah. That's not the kind of special that we're talking about. And we should probably just leave it there. Yeah, but please don't. I pushed the envelope with Riot Sister. One day I'm going to push it too far. Alright, let's go ahead and get ramped up to do a wee little bit of painting, why don't we? So the thing I've got is from a movie, which, it wounds me, you know, it wounds me. Things come out, they come out on Netflix, they come out on Hulu, they come out wherever they're gonna come out. And everyone loses their minds over them. There's the latest thing that gets all the memes, and oh my god, have you watched this show? It's amazing. And I'll almost always... Oh yeah, the microphone shouldn't be there. Hang on, its angle is wrong. There we go. It's supposed to be over here. Whoopsie daisy. People lose their minds over something, and I go and I watch it, and I'm like, yeah, that was okay. It was kind of, whatever. It's all right. And then something comes out that I just lose my mind over. Something comes out that I absolutely love, and the world goes to fucking sleep. There was a movie. It's still on Hulu. I think it's on Amazon Prime. It was on Netflix for a while. I don't think it is now. Netflix was kind of its last chance to really get some notoriety. I know the creator wanted to make a show based on it, but unfortunately, it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. A movie called Prospect from 2018, starring Pedro Pascal and Sophie Thatcher, who at this point you may know from The Mandalorian and Book of Boba Fett, respectively. Pedro Pascal obviously plays Din Djabango in The Mandalorian, and Sophie Thatcher plays unlikable neutrino... why my face blur? Why 4? What are you doing to me tonight, camera? Hang on, let me check this stupid thing out. Why don't I just set your focus manually? Why don't I do that? So that you don't do anything too crazy. And, yeah, Sophie Thatcher, who, as I mentioned, plays unlikable neutrino Vespa speeder bike girl in the Book of Boba Fett. She's the awful little, like, Vespa street scooter gang that Boba Fett picked up that literally nobody likes. Yeah, anyway, that, the female member of that gang is played by Sophie Thatcher, who is also in this movie, Prospect. I love this movie. I love this movie. And I know it's kind of slow. It's kind of a slow movie. It's a slow burn. It's lots of show, don't tell. It's very dialogue heavy, and it just didn't get the popularity that it needed. But you know what? That's okay, because it's a wonderful little piece of fiction by itself. Anyway, I located the the prop designers' notes for the railgun that Pedro Pascal uses in the movie. he has this awesome little fucking railgun. And I won't be able to show you the entire thing tonight because I've still got a number of pieces curing. But I have printed in PLA the basic frame for the weapon here. And this is the barrel for it. This is one of my favorite parts of the prop. So it's meant to be 5 individual slats that roll out and fold flat, and if you look, you can see they have a shared pattern on them with this on the bottom and as you go around. And then it links up on top. But they're 5 little rails, like an accelerator, that shoots little slugs down this way. It's just such a neat prop. It's got so much fucking personality to it. But here are the basic components as they go together for this guy. I'm going to be painting this up over the next little while. There's a bunch of extra little plates and pieces that go on here. Where's the trigger? Yeah, the trigger guard also attaches to the barrel up here. I've done some parts in resin, some parts in PLA as most appropriate. It's a super cool prop. It's really, really cool, and I'm looking forward to getting this painted up, and I'll be sure to show pictures when I do. But I'm really kind of stretching the limits of my Mars 2. I decided to do this in one big solid piece rather than printing 5 and then trying to glue them together ever so precisely. It's a damn cool gun. Alright, let me set these pieces aside. I like prop design in movies. I like props that tell a story. I like props that help you to understand the world that they exist in, and that's a good example of one that does. And also, Riot Sister, how could I possibly forget?
Hello there.
Oh, give me 1 second. I want to get my printer going. I want to grab a drink. I need to grab a pair of scissors, and I'll be right back. As a matter of fact, crossbow roof, yes, I have. That's actually where oh, my camera's having all kinds of fun today, going out of focus and being a big old bitch. Let's fix that real quick. Yeah, there we go. That's nicer. That's where I got a good number of the photos that I used as reference, as a matter of fact. The prop designer has a whole series of pictures they took as they handmade all of the various throwers in the movie. And yeah, if you click on that link that Crossbow Roof posted right there, there is a big picture right up front of the weapon that I am making. And if you haven't seen Prospect, with Pedro Pascal and Sophie Thatcher, and you like science fiction, if you like science fiction or if you like westerns, honestly, go watch this movie. It's so fucking good. It is one of the better movies that has come out in the last 5 to 10 years. It reminds me a lot of the first Star Wars, the feeling that I got from watching Star Wars the first time, which is ironic because shortly thereafter, both of the main actors would get signed on to Star Wars properties, which was not my... Are you doing it again? What the hell is wrong with my camera? What? Why? It never... it'll not go out of focus for months and months, and now tonight it's like, you look like you need to be blurry. I told you to stop autofocusing. Let's just leave focus right where it is. There, okay? Yeah, just stay there. Just stay there, camera. I believe in you. Now I'm putting some fresh paper down on my oil palette here. Ninja 3's build plate is upside down. Any specific reason for that? Because I don't like the texture Amish Stig. I bought those because I thought the texture would be a good thing. I ended up not liking it, so I just flipped them over and used the smooth glass side rather than the textured side. One of my big problems was that if I try to clean the textured side with, like, isopropyl alcohol, as I do, it comes right off, I discovered. And I was like, I just want glass. I just want plain glass. So... flip it. Clan Wolf, a big yo to you too. I am sad that Prospect didn't get more popularity. Like I said, the creator said that he wanted to make a show out of it once it got to Netflix, if it got any traction, but it just didn't. And it's very frustrating to me that shows like, I think it's almost entirely random. Like whether or not a show succeeds, it seems to be based on just like, does it have any good memes in it or not? And I'll give you, Prospect doesn't really have any good memes in it as far as I can tell, but it's just like really, really high quality writing. People just ignored it. Fucking shows like Squid Game will get so much popularity despite being really obscure. And I'm not saying it doesn't deserve it. Squid Game is a great show. It's a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. But we'll get like huge popularity because some people post about it in the right social media zones, and then movies like Prospect come out. One of the best fucking written, best written, best acted, cleverly spent budgets I've seen in a long damn time, and yeah, nobody's even heard of it. It's crazy, and it's starring people that are relatively popular. It's nuts. Go watch it, to Square. Honestly, people, go out there and watch Prospect. It's not going to help them now. It probably would have helped them like a year and a half ago. But you should still watch it. It's a great movie. Alright. Let me get my gloves. Red Letter Media did a 2021 recap. I watched, did they do part 2 yet? I saw part 1. God. Those guys didn't even say anything about Prospect. I'm surprised. It's the kind of movie that I would think Jay Bauman would have been fucking all over. It's like a masterclass in show don't tell, because the movie tells you almost nothing. It just drops you into a world, and it is completely bereft of my least favorite trope in filmmaking, which is two characters who should know something, telling each other about the thing that they should each know, even though there's no reason for them to talk about it because they both know it. They don't do that at all. And that might actually turn some people off, because it really does expect you to just pick things up by context and focus in on the character drama. I know, I'm just finishing this off because I started it before the stream. I need a little shot of sugar. Ah, cha-cha-cha. They released part 2. I haven't seen it yet. Is anybody else watching Peacemaker? Because that show's been a lot of fun, too. I haven't seen the latest episode yet. Thank you so much, Thunderdome Drew. Could we get a shout out for the talented and magnanimous Thunderdome Drew? Yeah, I'm enjoying Peacemaker a lot. It's not perfect. Well, that's just it, Dwegham. He didn't care about the file. He didn't care about the file one little fucking bit. Even when he killed Rick Flag, he didn't care about the file. What he cared about was the fact that he was told to do whatever it took in that particular circumstance, and in that circumstance he had to kill Rick Flag to retrieve it. After that, he was under no orders, and so he didn't give a shit. It was never about the file. Sounds like the Western movie Purgatory from back in the mid-90s. I'm not familiar with that one, I don't believe. Who's in it? I mean, you know, that's a personal thing, Kursala. I personally was very entertained by Prospect. I've rewatched Prospect 4 or 5 times since the first time I saw it. I admit, on the first watch, I was like, wait, hold on, things are happening. What's this guy supposed to be doing? What are they prospecting for? What planet are they on? What the hell is happening? It takes some engagement from the audience, but it's all there. Not dead, just been busy as hell. There are definitely worse things to be. Oh, yeah, it's on HBO, Peanut. Now, I'm rambling a little bit about a movie that I really like that I wish more people had watched. Oh, I should have water too. I'm gonna have 2 different commands. Oh god. Oh god, give me a second. Let me get some water. I need to be drinking something. Ain't got no paint water to drink, because I'm painting with oils. Damn it. Ain't drinking no oil paints. Joy of Painting Minis, thank you so much. Yeah, 2 years. 2 years, for some reason, somehow. Who knew? Alright, I got that. Get my little cup of white spirits here. And we're going to do some touch-ups on Vader number 1, and we're going to get started on Vader number 2. Applying some lessons. This guy is nowhere near blue enough. He wound up coming out a very neutral gray. And he's really not cool in the way that I wanted him to be. So we're going to be leaning into the blues on Vader number 2. And yeah, hit exclamation point giveaway, folks, to get the details on the giveaways that we are running tonight for the 2-year streamiversary. Where's my other Vader? There he is. I think we're actually going to start by slathering him in his base layer of black. Oh, I did! I totally did, Riot Sister. Hypnotic Mom, thank you so much for being here. The Thunder Mom, welcome in. Get my lamp black out here, because I'm still going to start there, but I'm going to go right from lamp black and Start laying in some much heavier blues this time. And I was thinking about trying something where I do blue for the armor, and then more of a warm brown for the soft parts. I don't know. I don't quite know how I feel about that yet. I'm gonna think about it while I let this black settle in, because I'm gonna base it with the same color one way or to other. What is up with my focal distance? And that should be better. I'm trying to just be much sloppier with my oil painting. I get kind of obsessive about being precise sometimes, which is weird because I'm not very good at it. Yes, it's only one entry in each WJ. Oh, getting started with our lamp black. I like this black. It is quite opaque. And even a little blurry. Yeah, Vergaderung, I'm going to think about where the OSL for the blade. I think I'm going to focus it kind of up towards this part of the mini because it is so close. And since his arm is going to be blocking most of it down here, I think it's mostly going to be just right here. It'll be an interesting exercise in applying OSL to a reflective surface, though, certainly. Either way, blue is the name of the game for everything that isn't a lightsaber or a reflection thereof. We still got one Vader to go after this. I've been doing this just to kind of ramp myself up to painting this limited edition Vader, who is going to be the culmination. Oh, Matt Yee. This is, he is the villain from, I don't know if you've ever been to Disney World. There's this little ride at Disney World. It's called Star Tours. It was made from this really obscure, like 1970s science fiction movie, which you probably haven't seen it. But, you know, that's not really important. What's important is that the ride got really popular. And everybody liked this character because he, like, I think he's a robot? And, you know, it was the 70s, so it was like, oh, the idea of a character being a robot was really, really groundbreaking, you know? It wasn't Battlestar Galactica. That was something else. That one had Frank Langella in it. And Barbara Bain, didn't it? I think it did. Flash Gordon, I think. Yes, we're doing Ming the Merciless tonight. Good old Ming the Merciless with his hot hail. Pretty sure it was Spaceballs. Yeah, the soundtrack by Queen. Ah, Vergaderung got my little hidden reference in there. That's something. Yeah, no, that's the one, Steeler Rebel. Death Star, me hearties, yo-ho. Yeah, he has the little compass, and he follows it to a planet where he crash lands, and he has to spend a bunch of time with an alien who was his enemy, but they have to rely on one another to survive. And then Randy Quaid flies a missile up into the alien ship at the end with Bill Pullman. I'm kind of, I have to be honest, Matt, I'm surprised you haven't seen this one in particular. You're usually so spot on with your obscure science fiction. Alright. I'll let him rest for a few there. Enemy Mine was a lot of fun. Except for the ending. Like, the first half to 2/3 of Enemy Mine is really good, and the third act, I don't know, I don't like it. It turns into a weird action movie, and I feel like, I really, really feel like, Hamburg, like the producers needed there to be a mine in the movie because the name of the movie is Enemy Mine. Like, that's the only thing that makes any sense to me, because at the end of the movie, they literally wind up fighting in an enemy mine, and I'm like, but the name of the movie, Enemy Mine, means, like, enemy mine, like, possessive, like, this is my enemy. And it's really confusing that it also involves a literal enemy mine. Dwegham, you can wait a minute, that's what you can do. You have my permission to wait. Get out my reds and my scarlets here. Yeah, I know that it had a messy production, Datron Voltari, though I will not pretend to be well versed in all of the details. Alright, I'm breaking out a couple of reds I'm going to try here. I have a permanent rose. I have cadmium scarlet. I kind of lay all these out on my palette. Cadmium deep red hue. Should note all of my cadmiums are in fact hues. They don't actually have cadmium in them. Because that's poisonous. Poisonous, toxic, is that the same thing? I think it is. Yeah, the scarlet's interesting. I'm not really, I'm not good with reds. But I'm continuing to practice. I'm trying to get a little bit better. How are you doing, by the way, Steela? I'm so sorry I haven't managed to catch one of your streams recently. I've been, the problem is, Steela, is I've been trying to go to bed at a reasonable fucking hour, and those two things are mutually exclusive, unfortunately, for me. I want to deepen some of my blacks on my first Vader, and I want to lay in some reds. So we're going to do a couple of quick steps on him, and then we're going to call him done, and I'm going to worry about basing him after that. Let's grab some of that cadmium red and start seeing if we can't glaze that into a little bit of a light OSL. Streaming a bit late lately. Missing my thunder butt. It is among the finest of butts, I must say. Oilier and oilier by the day. What's up, Punish Fink? Riff Can. Darmok and Jala. That Tanagra. Yeah, that was a refinement of the same idea. Have you seen Hell in the Pacific with Lee Marvin and Toshiro Mifune? Because that was also Enemy Mine. Let's thin you out just a wee little bit more. Temba, his arms open. It is admittedly a great episode. As long as you're streaming, Steela. As long as you're streaming. Because that means that if I'm randomly up that late at night, I can probably go ahead and stop in, and just knowing that is nice. Go ahead and do a little bit over here. And on this edge. Inside of the foot. Bit on his robes. Not a lot, because it wouldn't show up a whole lot against fabric, I don't think. You know what's interesting, Steela, is I find Darmok to be among the least rewatchable of TNG episodes. Like, it's a good episode. Don't get me wrong, it is. It's a great episode. But it's not one of my favorite rewatchers. I enjoy Remember Me more than I like Darmok, and Remember Me isn't even a particularly good episode. I just went back for a Season 2 rewatch of TNG, because I usually skip Season 2 when I do a rewatch. Alright, bottom edge of the helmet, I'm thinking. A wee little bits, not too much. I'm gonna come back in with some Cadmium Scarlet. Thunderhead, his take's spicy. Yes, let me tell you how the most popular thing that you love this week is bad, and you should feel bad for liking it. Don't hate me because I'm right. A Deep Rock board game? Wait, really? Is that a thing that's happening? That seems crazy and unnecessary. So I kind of made some decisions last time, Matt Yee, and generally speaking, surfaces that are... I mean, it's kind of arbitrary, because I'm sure I'm not getting it right, but surfaces that are exposed and not turned away. Like anything that's facing, like, you can see my hand here, like this or that, any of these angles. Once it crosses over into an angle facing away, then no longer. And that's honestly probably a little bit aggressive, but I usually don't do much OSL for lightsabers. And, you know, try to stick it on this side of his body with only very, very few on this side of his body. That and shiny surfaces. Anything that's armor, I went ahead and put a highlight on last time, intending for that to be a reflection point. But like the top of his shoulder and the back of his arm, this part is not going to get it because the surface is turned away. But the front, that's facing the blade. I'm not particularly good at OSL, so I can't give you great notes on it. I'm just kind of sloppily waggling away and hoping that it doesn't look like trash by the time I'm done with it. Like here, I'm just going to do the bottom edge of the chest armor because it slopes away from the blade, but the bottom edge would catch it up to a point. And then like the underside of the helmet. As far up as I could do the cheek. Maybe just the side of the cheek, just a little bit of red, not a lot, just a suggestion. I don't think really much more of the helmet itself. I kind of like this glow focus towards the bottom here. This is a deep shadow. This would make sense to be where red would be reflecting, right here. But it's mostly black. I'll put a little red in there just because it can't hurt anything. Maybe I can brighten it up with a little bit of Cad Scarlet. Little corner there. I think we decided last time too, the underside of the glove, this would be a good location for a touch of it. And maybe the inside of the pinky. That'll be the furthest point that I do. And only because I'm assuming his gloves are fairly shiny. Shiny leather gloves. And that looks pretty good as far as the glow. Oh, I see a spot I meant to do. This side of the shin armor. I'm gonna come through with some Cad Scarlet and brighten up a few spots, I think. Oh, the chain. The bottom edge of the chain around his neck should definitely get a bit. I'm liking the look of that pretty well. What am I missing? Maybe a little bit on the inside of his neck. I didn't really put a highlight here, but a little bit of red here wouldn't look bad. Alright, I think I've got all the spots pretty well picked out. Let me throw down a little fresh cadmium red on the lightsaber blade itself. Oh, I didn't really do any on the inside of the cape. We discussed that last time. I do want some there. Here. Now I can't decide if I've overdone it or not. Well, let's brighten it up, and if I have, that's okay. Let's dig into some cadmium scarlet. Oh, 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 oh. Hydrate means hydrate now, by the way, Romeo Void. Ah. Alright, let's grab some of this Cadmium Scarlet and come in and brighten / strengthen a few of these spots selectively. The strongest points. Oh, to square, thank you. Ever tried a game like Betrayal at House on the Hill? That might be a bit different. I've played games. There are a bunch that are based on that same system. I've played a few of them. Dragon Printer, have a fantastic dinner. I hope to see you again before the end of the stream. Folks, remember, we are having a 2-year Streamiversary celebration giveaway tonight. So either wait for the reminder ping to pop up or enter ! giveaway in chat to get some details on how you can win some Thunderhead Studio merch, or possibly a gift code for Steel Warrior Studios to get some Thunderhead Studio terrain, STLs, physicals, whatever you feel like. We got a bunch of new stuff coming out, too, so if you do get a gift code, you might want to sit on it for a week or so. I'm trying to remember what I played that was like Betrayal. It was back when I was living in San Antonio. We played a number of games like that, but I can't remember which ones. It was right when that style was becoming really popular. FFG released like 2 or 3 of them in a row. Ooh, I want some. I want some on his belt right there. What time is the giveaway? It's going on right now, Romeo Void, and it'll be running until the storm report starts. Hamburg Tack, oh my god. Popping out 5 gift subs, up to 147 gift subs. Hamburg, you absolute maniac. Thank you so much for your continued and incredibly strong support of the channel, Hamburg. I really do appreciate it, man. Going out to Retio Santi, Silent, Meister, Noob Corpse, Endless Rage, and Big Boss Waztek. Some more fine folks who do not have to endure the indignity of the commercial break any longer, and why should you, frankly? Hamburg Tech, seriously, thank you so much for your support, man. Absolutely means the world. Oops. No big deal, easy cleanup. There we go. And I'm not sure that I love this, but that's why we're doing multiple Vaders in a row, is to decide how strong we want to go. I'm really leaning into super strong OSL on this Vader to decide how much I like it or don't. I feel like I'm missing some right here. A little bit of red here. And maybe very, very gently here. Yeah, that kind of works. Strengthen it right here. our soft like. Well, it would be an odd thing for you to win, Kursala. I have to say that. There's a lot. There's a lot of OSL going on, but I think it works. I hit 1 or 2 more points just to strengthen it on one side. Softer on this leg. That's an interesting thing about streaming my painting is I've started to look into the camera view that I show you guys to get a different view of what I'm actively working on. Alright, let me come in and blend a few of these out very, very gently. Those what need it. Ooh, I kind of like how that works on his helmet, actually.
Welcome
that
back to
may
50
be my
Shades
favorite.
of Cold Gray, Chapter 2. And as I lay on the cold, unforgiving table, my liquid spewing out from beneath me
Spewing
across the polished surface, I look up to see Thunderhead shaking his head, eyes alight with disappointment as he
Alight.
cleans his brush.
A light. I actually want to strengthen this on his helmet slightly, because the more I look at this is the favorite part that I've done. There are other parts that I might not have done, but this part I'm very happy with. And this is extra relevant because we're going to be focusing OSL on his helmet for the next one. This is kind of starting to work for me now. I think it might be a little heavy-handed in some spots, but I think, like, from this angle right here, it really works. Now, part of what we're missing here is the glow on the blade itself. It looks strange if there's no light source for the glow to be coming from. Now, I need to pick a golden angle here. That's going to be slightly off to the side. Now, I may need to wait for this to cure to do the lightsaber proper. But I'm going to go ahead and lay in the core of it right now. And then we can move on to the other Vader and start laying in his blues. You know what's funny is the more I've used my magnetic painting grip, the more I've taken to just using these little pucks on their own. I still like being able to snap them down to the handle to get the full grip, but more and more I find myself popping them off and just using them like this. Alright, so I'm just getting my titanium white here, because we want a pretty stark transition. heavier than that. About right there. I want it facing up so it's at a good camera angle. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Oop, nope, that's too thick. Maybe this angle would be easier to do. Yeah, I think this is, actually. Ooh, God, that actually works really nicely. Nicer than I expected it to. I thought I'd have to wrestle with it a bit more. Let's not get cocky. I like to paint my lightsabers like they look in the movies. There's a lot of theory out there on how to paint lightsabers that has arisen since Star Wars Legion has become a more popular game. Some people do the light source down near the base, some people do it glowing out towards the tip. I like to do just that central glowing core of nearly pure white. Now see, once that white is laid in, and the camera focuses on the fucking model, see now once the white is laid in, doesn't that red work so much better? Like, the red by itself is a little funny looking, the OSL by itself, but once that white hits the blade, it starts to look and read right, doesn't it? That, as we say, is the threshold. The point at which the idea in your head of how the mini should look and how the mini actually looks start to cross over into one another. It's always difficult to see. I really want the center to be almost pure white, so I'm really kind of laying it in here. I can bring some reds back in around the edges. This is gonna work. Yeah, it's one of the most difficult things to paint, Sehul Pinut. Yeah. And it's gonna look weird outside of... Lightsabers, to my mind, are the ultimate expression of the golden angle in mini painting. You have to pick the angle that it's gonna look good from, and accept that from other angles it might look a little funny, like from back here. Now, there's something you can do, and what I'm gonna do on this. You would think, oh, I did the white core at this angle, so I have to do it on the opposite. But the opposite's facing the ground, and the fact is, the other angle it's going to be viewed from is right here. And this is at not quite 90 degrees, a little bit further, I'd say 60 degrees, so about 1/3 away from the other. And that's where we're going to put the second one, so that it looks good from at least two directions. About like so. Now, there are other ways to paint lightsabers. Like I said, people have been exploring lots of different methods since this game became popular. Methods that don't rely so much on the golden angle, but none of them look like the lightsabers do in the movies, and I am a purist, if nothing else. See, now you've got at least 2 angles that it looks pretty good from. You have this weird angle right here where it looks like shit. Just don't look at it from that angle. Pretend like that angle doesn't exist. Pretend like we're always going to see it from right here or right here. It's the sacrifice that we make. And just never ever photograph it like this. Never ever. Here. This is it. This is right here. I've made my decision. Strengthen this a bit more, then I'm going to come in with some brighter reds, because it should really be pretty light red. It's a very dark red right now. It's something that I noticed in the movies. When lightsabers ignite, they're not really all that much the color that they, in theory, are supposed to be. A red lightsaber is not all that red. It's mostly white with little bits of red in the blade, and if you notice in the movies, most of the places that you get the color of the blade from are its reflections on the environment around them. On their face and whatnot. The forbidden angle, the no-no angle, the NDA angle, the I'm gonna have you all sign a form to be sure that you never mention this angle again angle. Alright, I'll get some of this cadmium scarlet in. I really am liking the cadmium scarlet. It appears very, very orange, but like with all oil paints, it depends on what you're putting it on top of and what you're putting it next to. Getting adhesion on the smooth side of the plate. Did you find you had to move the Z offset closer and or the temperature higher? Amishtig, if you up your flow for the first layer to something like 125%, you're going to have better adhesion. Lower your first layer height and increase the flow rate. America's Test Kitchen did a very thorough and scientific testing of gummy bear brands, and Haribo came out as #1. I mean, that only makes sense. That only makes sense. Haribo is the best. I don't understand Albanese at all. I really don't. I don't think they're bad, they're just, like, not terribly interesting. They do not spark joy. Wait until I use it for fire. Yeah, I'm using it more and more. I was kind of limited in my reds until I picked this up, and it has opened up some more... I mean, like, you know, painting with cadmium red or even permanent rose can give you a nice red base, but if you put the scarlet in there, it fires up the vibrancy so much. And you can see that in the OSL. This OSL didn't pop at all until the scarlet started getting laid in there. I need to do his eyes. I want to grab a little bit of the scarlet with a touch of white to see if I can't add just a couple higher highlights. Nothing major. Real minor. Real minor. And really just to the places where it's reflecting on armor, and really just to sell the fact that the armor is highly reflective. Because all the other glow can be dull. When the armor, you want it to be a little bit sharpened. Say what you will about Anakin Skywalker, the dude polishes his helmet, if you know what I mean. Wait, does that take on new meaning in Star Wars since Jennifer Beals polished Temuera Morrison's helmet in Book of Boba Fett? The zombie brush. What does the permanent rose look like? It's much more of a maroon color. It's much, much deeper. I've got a splorp of it on my palette here. You can see this is the cadmium red, and I wasted a bunch of it. This is cadmium red, permanent rose, and cadmium scarlet. I think it has its place, but I haven't quite found it yet. Alright, I want a little bit here. On the crotch. The crotch is my domain. You see, just that tiny little bit, I think, does a lot to sell the surface. Goddamn. Padme. I think that part of me, like part of the child inside of me, died the moment I heard James Earl Jones in the full Vader regalia say the word Padme. There are things that Darth Vader should never say. Potluck. Fizzgig. Padme. No. No. He needs to say intimidating words and not silly George Lucas words. Oh, you would get bonus points if you knew what I was referencing, though, Dwegham. That is a reference to something, believe it or not. The crotch is my domain. It's another one of those things that I wished had gotten more popular, but it just sort of didn't. Matt E. asked earlier about picking where you put your OSL, and if I'm being completely honest with you, to a degree, what has helped me with doing things like OSL and NMM and stuff where you feel like you really need to pick your highlights very carefully, honestly, be arbitrary. Just pick a spot, particularly for NMM. It's like, pick a direction and go light gradient to dark gradient, and then do a little, pick a couple of spots and do a contrasting highlight on the edge. The fact that that's not really how light would fall doesn't matter all that much. It doesn't need to be precise, it just needs to be suggestive. That's what I'm going for here. Suggestive.
Here at Thunderhead Studios, it's okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
Ha ha ha, wiener jokes. Datron knows what I'm talking about. Take refuge in my mustache. Yosef Robota. Oh shit. I'm glad somebody else has seen that ridiculous garbage.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Cole Gray, Chapter 4, Thunderhead slowly brushed up and down the leg of the miniature as I watched from the desk, my glistening paint waiting for his brush to get even more. The desire was there, he knew that, but he still kept painting that mech's crevices again and again, even after his paint ran thin. "Oh, I suppose I need more paint," he said, smirking as he reached past me for another jar, dipping his brush deep inside of it while I watched in agony.
Agony. Oh my god. I feel like I should be using a finer brush for what I'm trying to do here, but fuck it, I'm just gonna get this shit done. Just trying to pick out these corners and the bottom edge a little bit. Not a lot. I think it might be easier to get from this angle. Oh, what do you know? It is easier to get it from this angle. Same for here, I'm gonna assume. I'm really quite taken with the OSL on the side of the helmet. I think that's the best thing I've done here by far. Hey, how you doing, Mafik? It's good to see you, man. And folks, we are doing a wee little giveaway tonight. If you're interested in finding out more information, you can... Oh god, you can burp into the microphone. You can hit ! giveaway in chat to get details. Manro Fasal, god, I still haven't made them available. I'm really self-conscious about them. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna fire the files off to Steel Warrior Studios tonight, because honestly, they're ready to go. And I'll see if he can't have them up and available for download next week. Speaking of obscure nonsense, like Danger 5, which we were, even though you didn't know we were, we're having our Discord movie night this upcoming Saturday, not this upcoming, sorry, next Saturday, the 29th. And we are going to be watching a Neil Breen movie, specifically his 2014 masterpiece, Fateful Findings. I'm so excited about that. Make a ball-shaped palm rest handle at... Oh, it's not a bad idea. So you can snap this on, and then kind of... Yeah, just kind of like this. So you can hold it like this. I can see that. As it is, you can kind of do the claw. It's not a bad idea, Vergaderung. I like the way you think. Gear Falcon dropping that sub, hitting 19 months. What an absolute fucking champion, Gear Falcon. Welcome in, my friend, and thank you so much for your continued support. Make sure you get your entry in for the giveaway if you want to get yourself some Steel Warrior Studios credit, my man. I feel like I might be pushing it too far, but that's the point of doing this Vader, is figuring out what constitutes too far. Actually, I really like that. That works better than I thought it was going to. As long as you remember to turn your head and cough, Vergaderung. Otherwise, how are they supposed to know? Yeah, we're doing some store credit for our subscribers, and we got some Thunderhead Studio merch for our followers. Feel free to enter either. I should say, you can feel free to enter both giveaways if you want, but if you win one, you can't win the other. We're trying to spread the love around a little bit here. But you know, if you're a subscriber and you want merch, feel free to enter the merch giveaway. I ain't gonna stop you. Alright, chat, how do we feel about this? I'm feeling pretty good about this Vader right now. I think all that's left to do on him is his eyes. Might touch up his helmet a wee little bit, but melt it down to start. I'd have to recast it then. I don't have the facilities to do that. Oh, I need to do some detailing on his lightsaber too. Alright, so other than a couple of small touch-up details that I'm not going to worry about right now, I think most of this works. The only thing I really want to change moving on to the next one is having his fabric be more blue than it is. It's a very neutral gray. But I think the OSL actually worked pretty well. It even works from this angle pretty well. Look at that. I think that looks excellent. I'm really proud of the reflections on his helmet. That's turned out better than I thought it would. Slop down a tiny bit more Cad Scarlet here. Just to blur the edges a bit. Dwegham, thanks for hanging out, man. You have a fantastic night. Yeah, I want to touch up his lightsaber a bit, and his eyes, and I think he's pretty well done. His eyes are currently sort of a dark amber color, and what I'm thinking, and why don't I just do it right now? What the fuck? I don't, there's nothing telling me I can't. Where's my Terra Rosa? Oh, there it is. Either Terra Rosa or Burnt Sienna with a bit of white I'm going to highlight his eyes with to get that kind of amber coloration. And looking at it, I'm thinking Terra Rosa. Burnt Sienna is a bit too dark and honestly not opaque enough. Use the brush that I just had red on because I can go ahead and mingle that in. A little redder, a little redder. Go. Should I have done this before I did his helmet? I mean, probably. But I didn't, so, you know, deal with it. Bring me some tacos, Riot Sister. Fuck. Lenses look black but are so reflective, they're all reflection. Maybe do a black reflecting the saber. Yeah, I'm going to do the light source coming from the direction of the lightsaber. So the glare is going to be on the bottom right, and then the color is going to be on the top left, because it's shining through the lens, in theory. And for the glare, I'm going to use that slight red. Very white, slightly red. Yeah. The wrong spot. Eyes so tiny. So tiny. Clean that up a little bit. Soften that color just a tad. Kind of overdoing it, I think. I'm going to come in with some lamp black on the bottoms to shade it, give it a rest, and then come back and try again, because I'm not quite liking how it's turning out. Go. The other eye actually looks pretty good, but I do want to go ahead and lay in a teeny bit more lamp black directly underneath it. Make him look a little bit less like goggles when I come back to it. I went a little too high, I feel like. First game of Star Wars Legion went well enough, and went double the size of my collection, daydreaming about how the system could work with other properties. Yeah, I mean, my favorite thing about Star Wars Legion are the rules. FFG was on a real fucking roll with rule writing when they did Star Wars Legion. They used a lot of what they learned from Rune Wars miniatures to make it. Rune Wars miniatures, of course, doesn't exist anymore, which is a shame, because it's honestly like the best fucking fantasy miniature game to come out in decades. Decades. Hit some spots that I missed. Vader number 2. Like, you know, the only reason I'm not playing Star Wars Legion still is because it's Star Wars. Like, that is the most contentious thing about it. The game system itself is phenomenal. Also, you can find my name in the vast majority of the playtesting information for the first, like, 10 waves of it. Like I said, they're using a lot of systems that they pioneered when they made Rune Wars. Rest in peace, Rune Wars. You were better than anyone really gave you credit for. And it still makes me sad that FFG sacrificed their own independent IP on the altar of the mouse. Because they definitely dropped Rune Wars to focus those resources on doing Legion, and then they wound up making none of them in the end. That all got transferred over to Atomic Mass, so whatever. Alright, where my sponges is. Where are my sponges? They're usually in that drawer. Did I use them all up? That's not possible. No, okay. There's a big bag of them right here. Like, it still exists, technically, in Rune Wars, but it is what... Or, sorry, Gus Schultz, but it is what we call a dead game. The second year of Thunder? God, I wish that it was so exciting. You make it sound so much more exciting than it really is, Steal a Rebel. It's really just me sitting in my office, getting drunk, and complaining about the fact that I don't paint more minis as I paint minis. It's... It has been an interesting year, though. I will say that in this last year, I don't feel like my painting has grown somewhat. In the last year, I got into oil painting. I've done a couple of really cool paint jobs, but mostly in the last year, I've done lots and lots of 3D modeling. I've probably grown the most in that respect. Which is awesome. I've been enjoying that. I want to make some actual miniatures this year, not just terrain. I've been kind of avoiding the notion of, like, New Year's resolutions or goals this year, just because I feel like it's all kind of up in the air as far as... I just want to keep myself working, and what I'm working on is less important than the fact that I'm working on something. But what about you guys? You guys have any ambitions, any resolutions, any plans, any milestones you're looking to hit? Sanguini did come out quite nice, Steela Rebel. And I largely, Steela, have you to thank for encouraging me to get into oil painting, which I continue to find really fairly enriching. I made one mini Amish dig. I want to make more. Pushing the dry brushing to the absolute limit I can reach. I'm glad somebody has forgot wrong. You know I've said it 1,000 times that dry brushing has a low floor and a high ceiling. And almost no one pushes through to find how high that ceiling is, but you have gotten the closest to anyone I've seen. Plans to paint at least one model a week? That's a good goal. It's a damn good goal, Hamburg. Part of being, excuse me, I can't read today. A part of the community for a year, being a part of the community for a year, that's how that sentence makes sense, has introduced me to a lot of great people and inspired me to push my painting further than I thought it could go to Square. That's fucking awesome, man. Your stuff has really been coming along, man. Looking better and better. More and more refined and cleaner. That's something I've noticed in a lot of people. Now, I've had the opportunity, because you find folk post to the Storm Report every single week, I have the unique opportunity to sort of sit back and watch you grow as painters. To watch people who have been painting for a while, people who just started painting, and see where they've come over the last 2 years. And the one thing I've noted more than anything is a lot of people have just been refining the fundamentals. Really getting their brush control down, getting their paint mixes down, establishing how to do highlights. And I think that that's one of the most significant things you can do in painting, is not advancing to a fucking master class or anything like that, but just getting to a point where you're not fighting with the basics anymore, where you can imagine what something is supposed to be and translate that onto a mini, a whole army of minis in a nice, clean fashion. The best way I can put it is doing things on purpose, not just experimenting with random crap and hoping that it works, but knowing what you want to do, knowing how to do it, doing it, and having it work. No matter how complex or simple it may be, that's a good feeling. Alright, now I'm having a couple of thoughts here, and Chad, I want your opinion, okay? So, we've got Vader number 1 that we have mostly done here, and he came out a cool but fairly neutral gray overall. Now, we're about to start on Vader 2 here, and I'm thinking about temperatures, and I'm thinking about mingling them, and this is where I need your opinion. My thoughts are, I could do something kind of fun, mingling a warm black on these sort of padded parts with cool black on the armor and the robes and the cape. Or I could just go for cool black across literally everything and depend on the lightsaber blade to bring in the warmth. More blue, less wide reflections. I'm definitely, yeah. So you're saying deeper blacks, but more blue in the highlights. Okay. Let's go full blue on this bad boy. And if we want to change it, we can change it for the third one. It's going to be interesting having 3 Vaders all painted slightly differently. More of a blue-red contrast. See, that's what I'm thinking, Steel, is if I'm going heavy on the OSL, I don't need to mix the warm tones into his body at all, because the warmth is all going to come from the red OSL off of the lightsaber blade, you know? Because looking at this is going to have OSL obviously heavily on the side of the helmet, and it's also going to have quite a bit down the side of the arm, all down this side of his body, and on the top of this knee and this thigh. And this will largely be left in shadow and to blues. And conceivably a lot of this. The top of left Vader is too many wide reflections. Oh, I like the reflections on the helmet. I think those look good. I probably could have narrowed them down somewhat. I guess I could see that. It helps to sell the shape of the helmet in particular, though. I agree, deeper blacks. Alright. Alright. So we want blue, and I'm thinking I want a strong blue. I want a blue that isn't going to fuck around. I want a blue that's going to stick around and affect every single highlight that gets blended on top of it. Steel a Rebel, why don't you guess what blue I'm thinking of when I say I want a blue that's gonna come in, beat the shit out of all the other colors, and rifle through their pockets for loose change? What blue do you think? Stila has the right of it. I'm going right to Prussian blue. There's no going back once Prussian hits the mix. Prussian blue is a brutal blue. You would think so, Kursala. This is what happens when you rely on Payne's Gray up from Lamp Black, though. That's exactly what I did here. And I want it bluer than this. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to lay Prussian blue on top of my black in all the places really broadly where I want highlights, because it's real dark and it's not going to affect it much. And then I'm going to work highlights up from that, and literally everything on top of the Prussian blue is going to turn blue as shit, because it's Prussian blue. Because Prussian blue doesn't fuck around. Look at this. Look at Prussian. Oh my god. Look at that. It's ridiculous. It's obscenely blue. But I figure if we don't like it, we can always strip it and start over. Or just paint right over top. You know, WJ? It's a good question. We should do that this year. I'm really... Towards the end of last year, I got a big focus on sculpting, and I just haven't gotten much painting done. But if I can get more painting in the fucking mix, and spend more time painting and less time sculpting this... Well, no, that's not true. You know what I need? I need more time in the day for me to work on all the things. That's what I clearly need. I want to, WJ. I'll find the time to. I'm hoping this is going to be a productive year. That's maybe my only real resolution for this year, is to produce as much as I am able. When I think blue for Vader, I'm always thinking of how he's drawn in the comic books, where black ink isn't really a thing. So black becomes blue, like how Batman is largely blue. I need a blendy brush. Here we go. He's devoid of projects. I mean, there are worse problems to have in life than having, you know, lots and lots of work, than having lots of things to do. I like having all these projects, but I'll tell you what. I need to work on my fucking executive function and time management. You probably noticed if you've been in this stream, I am easily distracted. I am very, very easily... God damn, look at that. Look at that Prussian blue. You can already see it. Holy shit. Yes. Yeah, I'm digging this. That is powerful. This Prussian blue is bullying black. Like, what the fuck? Prussian wrecked. Oh my god, if more people oil-painted Prussian blue, would be a fucking meme by this point. Well, it's going just about everywhere. Try to tone it down with the broad highlights like Vergaderun suggested, though. So the blue can go everywhere, and then it's going to be about controlling the rest of my highlights, because this isn't really a highlight so much as it's just a tonal shift. You heard the tragedy of Darth Prussian the Blue? It's not a story an acrylic painter would tell you. That's a great question, Kursala. I don't remember what I was talking about because my mind is basically just two squirrels running in a fucking hamster wheel. Which is weird. You're probably thinking to yourself, hey squirrels, that wheel is for hamsters. Get out of there. Well, I'm sorry to say, they don't listen. Believe me, I've tried. I mean, like, I still want to make YouTube content. Am I ever going to succeed in pulling it off? Maybe, if I can pull my head out of my ass. But that is a big fucking maybe there. I tell you what. TF Belly Savalas, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. God, this blue is something else. I was using Cobalt last time, and I think that's part of the reason that it wound up so weak. Cobalt Blue just doesn't have a lot to offer. It's fine for tinting other colors, but it just, on its own, it doesn't do much. The use of Prussian blue should have to be ratified by the UN. I'm using it broadly to define the shapes of my highlights, and leaving the black alone in areas where I intend for the black to just stay the way it is. Like, really, just look at this figure. I haven't touched Prussian on the helmet or this arm, but look at the difference that it makes down here. And we're still really just dealing in black. It's kind of shocking. Endless Rage. Welcome in, how you doing? I think, yeah, Prussian was the right choice. Alright, I am going to focus the highlights on the helmet, on this. So I want there to be highlight, dark spot, highlight. So the red's going to be back here, so the blue's going to be up here. And I'm going to narrow down the highlights I did on him before. Ooh. God damn. Yeah, this is definitely a good idea. Pretty good, Endless Rage. Pretty damn good. We got some finishing touches put onto Vader number 1 and made some decisions for moving on to Vader number 2. I'll download it and send it your way, Steela. My streamiversary gift to you. All Prussian colors were banned lest the Prussian army return to conquer Europe once more. It's an elegant color for a more civilized age. I'm going to emphasize the shape of his brow on this one a bit more. You can see how the light's already reflecting off of it, those 2 points there. I'm going to focus highlights in on there, I think. Thank you so much, Endless Rage. I'm pretty happy with how he came out. I think highlight here, and then red OSL, and not as much of the neutral highlight. Particularly since the blade is so close to his helmet. I might do a broader highlight back here, facing away from the blade. God damn, I'm loving what Prussian Blue is doing for my shadows. It is just... whoa, holy hell. I need to be more aggressive with my oils, apparently. Well, no. They're not actually Ultramarine, Bahamut. They're from Ultramar. So they're Ultramarines. What a serious setting Warhammer 40k is. How could you not take it seriously? Sumatha, I'm sorry. I apologize. We've had a very active chat tonight. I'm gonna blame that. How you doing, Sumatha? I think focusing basic highlights toward the front of his face, and then, or rather focusing a lot of them on this side of his face, and then having the red, because that's going to kind of dominate over here. Start coming in with some highlights here in a minute. We're going to see what this blue has really done. I'm always ashamed of myself, Steela. That's my secret, Steela. I'm always ashamed.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
Yes. Yeah, it's like a compost heap, but for shame. Which, No, I don't think I'll pursue that metaphor any further. Alright. So, what I think I'm gonna do is take a touch of Payne's Gray and a touch of Titanium White and just very gently start seeing if we can't highlight our Prussian Blue up. Pick a few spots, blend it in, and see how we like it. That's my plan. Bit of a headache, otherwise okay. Arm still sore for 4 days after the booster. Yeah, the booster kicked my ass, dude. That was rough. I'm really looking forward to doing that some more. Endless Rage. And I am trying to actually drink water when I stream now, so Xander Shade. And yeah, folks, if you're not already aware, if you haven't already entered, we do have 2 drawings going on to celebrate our 2-year streamiversary tonight. So feel free to go ahead and put your names into the hat to get some Steel Warrior store credit or some Thunderhead Studio merch. Hit exclamation point giveaway to get some details on that posted right in chat. We also have finally got an order put in for our second run of Thunderhead Studio dice, which I'm hoping to have in hand by the time we get to 2,000 followers, which will probably be the next round of giveaways. Givings away, as it were. This is real light, so I'm just going to hit a few spots, and then I'm just going to blend it in. And we're going to see what kind of colors this yields. Ooh. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, that is fucking nice. So I told you Vergata wrong. Prussian blue, it makes every other color its bitch. It is very, very hard to overwhelm Prussian blue. It will incorporate other colors into itself, but it will never give up the homeland. It will never cede its foothold. So I think we can afford to be even a little bit more aggressive with it. This is probably my favorite part of oil painting, is when you start getting those blends down. It will be, well, we're in the same time zone, it looks like. Endless Rage. It is at 8:30. It's going to be in about 1 hour. I'm going to have to try quite hard to overcome the Prussian blue that I have put down over most of this mini. Hey, White Wolf, how you doing? Hopefully better than before. Get out of here, random cat hair. Now, focus much more of this on the upward turned surfaces, tops of the shoulder, and then the bottom of the cape, and leave a nice broad area in the middle. That's some fucking bullshit, White Wolf. Who are you waiting on still? Oh my god, look at that. Vergata, look at this. I'm so happy with this. Ooh. God damn. That is the hotness right there. Ooh, okay. I'm always excited for what may or may not lay in the storm report. except when I'm not. Which I was going to say is generally when I know Roland has posted something awful, but he hasn't done that in a long time. These days, being honest, it's more when I know that Zombie Brush has posted something, because it's going to be something great combined with something awful. Alright, let's try moving on to some other spots. As we've learned, we can be fairly aggressive, because Prussian Blue is itself fairly aggressive. Trying to pick up this texture here. God damn, that works so well. It is stupid. I think it's going to take a few rounds of highlighting and then blending, but the actual process is so easy that I don't mind that prospect at all. The color is coming out just beautifully. Not at all, Gear Falcon. Not at all. You will be notified. You know, this is wonderful. This is precisely why I wanted to do all 3 Vaders in a row, to try different things and learn some lessons. I would not have thought that Prussian Blue was this good of an idea, but the more I work with it, the more yes. Very, very yes. Please do, Gear Falcon. Proclaim my name to the heavens as you consume the taco. I will hear it. We're allowed 2 entries in tonight's Storm Report. Xander Shade, yes, because we missed the last stream unexpectedly. So everyone is allowed 2 entries to tonight's Storm Report, except Steel Warrior Studios. He doesn't need any special treatment. He gets plenty. 24 months Steel Warrior Studios, been here the entire damn time. I don't like sand. Coarse, rough, irritating, and it gets everywhere. I'm the hero of the story, even though nobody likes me. How is this the world that we live in, I ask you? How you doing, Steel Warrior? Yeah, Steel Warrior, make sure you enter the main giveaway to score some Steel Warrior Studios merch. Let's just do a quick comparison of our Black Shadows here, and holy god do I like this new Vader better. Like, this is crazy how much more interesting this black is. Look at that. This is the difference between a neutral black and a truly cool black. This is nuts. This is nuts. I can't believe, like, I like this paint job and I'm already, like, embarrassed by it. One password to rule them all. That's some OPSEC right there. It's really going to set that off when you have contrasting red OSL with the blue highlight. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking, and particularly after, because I think this is some of my favorite OSL I've done. It's a little extreme, and I think I'm going to tone it down slightly on this guy. It's going to be more focused in one particular area, obviously, up on the helm. But yeah, with the red next to this blue, it's going to look crazy. So how should I highlight my chaplain since I'm doing salamanders and made his armor and head pitch black? So, anytime you're painting black, white, or red, interestingly enough, well, mostly black, white, and actually yellow, more so than red. Part of the trick is to not really use black or white. You know, like you'll notice, I started black, but most of this figure is actually going to be blue-gray. But it reads as black regardless. So it depends on what colors you're going to have around it. Let me see, did you say salamanders? So, lots of green. So probably like a warm black? Like a brown black. Would look pretty good if you've got a bunch of green around it. There's a lot that we miniature painters can learn from two-dimensional artists, because while we may have a three-dimensional canvas, the fact is we're still trying to sell an illusion. And black itself doesn't really happen in nature. Look at anything that is supposed to be black. Look at like a black cloak with light shining on it. It doesn't look black. The story of how a lone streamer in the middle of somewhere teamed up with the printer in the middle of somewhere else and became the foremost supplier of hex terrain. You guys want to hear that story? Gather round, Storm Chasers, and hear the story of Steel Warrior Studios and Thunderhead Studio. Because there I was, no shit, sitting in front of my PC early in the morning checking my emails, and there's this fucking random guy who's like, hey man, you make some cool stuff. Somebody wants to have me print some of it. How do you feel about me selling it? And I was like, okay. So how's everybody liking Boba Fett? That's like the only thing I can think to talk about right now. What else is even on fucking TV? Like, Peacemaker is... and there's only a few episodes out, so it's tough for me to talk about. I like it, is about all I can manage. Call it deliverables. It honestly... it's Steel Warrior, one of my favorite things about our arrangement and about the last 2 years is, this is just on a personal level. This is just me stroking my ego, as I am wont to do. One of my favorite things about all this and where we are now is that I had no intention of doing any of this. I had no intention of becoming a paint streamer. I had no intention of selling a bunch of terrain. I just kind of started doing some stuff that I wanted to do. And it's grown very naturally and very organically. And I'd love to take credit for everything that this community is, but I can't, because the credit doesn't belong to me. It belongs to all you wonderful people in chat and on the Thunderhead Studio Discord and on the Steel Warrior Studio Discord, and I feel like I have had the least contribution to what we are at this point, and I'm just incredibly grateful to be here and to be a part of it. New season of Raised by Wolves in a few weeks. Yes, Dware. I am really excited about that. Enjoyed Station 11 on HBO. Do we know if... What's that comedy space show with Hugh Laurie? Oh... I can't remember the name of it now. I don't know if it's getting a second season, which sucks, because the first season was actually really, really funny. I'm trying to think of the name of it now, though. Which is, I guess, a little ironic that I can't even think of what it's called. Avenue 9, Avenue 7, something like that. Avenue and then a number.
You could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's
I
not
will.
like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
We're not. We're making up our own lines, baby. Avenue 5, thank you. That show, I actually really liked the first season of it. It's not, like, amazing, but I don't think it was trying to be. It was a stupid comedy show. There's some good jokes, which is, important when you're trying to make people laugh. I like the ever-growing ring of detritus around the ship as they keep trying to, jettison things and gain control of it. They just have this ever-growing, orbiting ring of garbage that they keep jettisoning from the ship. And it is composed largely of human shit and corpses. And they just, every time they're on the observation deck, which composes a huge part of the ship because they're like a luxury cruise liner, what you have to look at as you look out onto the stars is a glittering halo of shit and death. That's great. I'm excited about the second season of Raised by Wolves. As someone who's been heavily critical of Ridley Scott's work for the last few years, because Ridley Scott has really just gotten into navel-gazing, and there's nothing inherently wrong with it, is supposed to be getting a second season. That's good to know, Hamburg Tack, because I didn't want that one to get canceled. I think COVID's kind of fucked everybody over. But I've been very, very critical of Ridley Scott's recent movies, largely because, pretty famously, Neil Blomkamp was supposed to be working on an Alien 5 movie, and it looked like it had everything about it was going to be right. It was going to be bringing back Michael Biehn. It was just going to be ignoring everything after Aliens. It was going to be bringing back Michael Biehn. It was going to have Ellen Ripley. It was going to be an Aliens sequel, effectively. And it was really, really exciting, and then Ridley Scott just kind of wandered out of the toilet one evening and was like, I'd kind of like to make an Alien movie, and all those plans just got blown out the window so he could make Prometheus. And Prometheus was so disappointing. But what gets me about it is not that the ideas in Prometheus were bad. The ideas in Prometheus are objectively interesting. It's in the context of an alien movie that they kind of suck, and in the context of spoiling what would have been an awesome alien movie that they kind of suck. So I've maintained that if Ridley Scott wants to gaze deep into his own navel and ponder the lint therein, he should do it with something that isn't connected to a beloved franchise. And Raised by Wolves is him doing exactly that. He just made some shit up, and it's all the same concepts that he put into... Yeah, the writing was not great. It's all the same concepts, the big broad concepts that he put into Prometheus and Alien Covenant, but much more palatable. Like, much more palatable in the context of a, you know, unique and standalone setting. But it is in the sucking, of course, that we find purity. This is something that Ridley Scott has clearly taken to heart, because he has been just sucking and sucking and sucking. That Ridley Scott, man, he could suck the chrome off a trailer hitch. If Prometheus is anything to go by, that man, he could suck a golf ball through a garden hose. Damn, look at how that blue is coming together. Oh. I like how Dead Space ended, finally. In the DLC for Dead Space 3 that Riot Sister and I played through, I actually really liked the very ending of it. Dead Space 3 itself was kind of a shit game, I think for a lot of reasons that have to do with production and behind-the-scenes bullshit. But the DLC was better than the main game. And the ending to the whole story that is in the DLC is just like, oh, it's amazing. I'm gonna spoil it. I'm gonna spoil it, guys. By now, if you don't know how the DLC for Dead Space 3 ends, it can't be something you're all that interested in seeing. But if it's something that for some reason you don't want to know, I'm gonna tell you to go ahead and put on some earmuffs for a second. Dead Space 3's DLC has you finally going back to Earth as Isaac Clarke. And yeah, we did it. We played it, Vergataron. Dead Space 1 and 2 were like masterpieces, and Dead Space 3 was meh. But yeah, the DLC for Dead Space 3 has you finally getting back to Earth. You're racing the Brethren moons back to Earth because they know where it is. And you come out of, what is it called? Like shock space, you know, you shock point drive into Earth's orbit. And you see the planet Earth and you're like, oh, we made it in time. And then a Brethren moon like comes up over the horizon and it's got like tentacles reaching down to the surface of the planet and it's just slurping people up into it. And then another one shows up and it's just like, oh no, the Earth was destroyed and all of humanity is dead. Like, that's how Dead Space ends. Fucking everyone loses. Isaac Clarke utterly fails to contain the necromorphs, and the Brethren moons consume the combined consciousness of mankind. It's like the ending of The Mist, and I love it. I agree, Sumitha. I hate that more writers aren't willing to do endings like that, because according to the story that they wrote, that's kind of the only ending that makes any sense. How the hell were we supposed to survive that bullshit? Like, literally no other sentient species in millions of years has survived the Brethren moons, but humanity is going to, somehow? I don't think so. Millions is being conservative. It's many, many more than just millions of years. Oh my god. Oh my god. No Fox to give? Well, thank you so much for the raid, Fox. How you doing? How was your stream? I hope you had a good one. I hope you are continuing to have a good one. Day, that is. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, we got a lot of foxes. We got a lot of foxes around these parts. I don't know what it is. Maybe I should stop leaving cat food outside. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you had a good stream. What were you working on? And a good evening to you as well, Kevin Kitsune. Stream went well, playing some Farming Simulator 22 to unwind. God, those Farming Simulator games are bizarrely engrossing. Like, if you just tell me the concept of them, I'd go, and then you sit down and you play one? Hours disappear. Hours just fucking disappear. It's crazy. You know, it's a game I just started playing last night, actually. I got back to sit down at my PC, and Forgotarung had turned in from playing Monster Hunter for the night, and I fired up Project Zomboid. I'm sure most of you have probably already heard of Project Zomboid. I've seen it around. It's been in development for like almost a decade now. But I hadn't played it until last night, and it's my understanding it just got a big update, but man, that game is engrossing. That game is engrossing. Yeah, Monster Hunter I find a very frustrating game. I oscillate wildly between loving it and hating it, like in the same session. I get to a point of real frustration with fighting some of the monsters, and then I go back to base and I give my kitty cat like a spacesuit, and I'm like, okay, this is the best game that's ever been made. This is amazing. I did. Sumatha, yes. I watched the finale to The Expanse. And I gotta be honest, I'm not sure I really want to talk about it, because I have a very, very, very negative take on the finale of The Expanse, and I feel like people probably don't even want to hear it. Because I know a lot of people are like, oh, it was a great ending, and my opinion is much more harsh than that. I'm really quite frustrated and irritated by many things that happened in the finale, both related broadly to production and specific beats in the story. And I'm trying to be more positive. I'm trying to lower my blood pressure. For a TLDR, I thought that the finale to The Expanse was kind of an insulting bag of shit. But your mileage may vary. Yeah, it definitely, yeah. Every time that's the thing, I have to keep playing Monster Hunter. Because if I stop playing it for a week, I completely forget everything about the game. That's just the start of the complaints, Datron Voltari. Like, I got to the end of the episode, and there's the big twist with Holden and Drummer, and I'm like, this is a moment that I just straight up said, bullshit, to the fucking television. Like, I watched that, and I'm just like, this is nonsense. This is just complete garbage. You fucking kidding me? You tricked the solar system into being at peace with itself? That's not how diplomacy has literally ever worked in any circumstances. Xandershade. Datron Voltari, my opinion is based entirely on the show. I have read the first book, and then I stopped because, if I'm being honest, I didn't really like it that much. I enjoyed the show more than I enjoyed the writing. So, you know, take my opinion with a grain of salt. It could, well, I'm hoping, see, that's the thing, Sumatha, you change one or two details and it becomes okay. Like, if Drummer was not one of the characters responsible for those negotiations, I still don't buy it. Like, that's dumb. And if that's in the books, that's still really fucking dumb. Like, no way in hell is that the way that it would go. And I'm not going to give any spoilers on specifically what we're talking about. It happens right at the end of the finale. I'm just saying, if you were to do that in the circumstances as described by the show and the world as described by the show, and I assume by the books as well, I'll tell you what would happen in reality. Everyone would take their fucking toys and go home. The organization would be declared immediately illegal and illegitimate, and the belt would be ground into fucking dust inside of a generation. There is no way in hell. And, like, the show glosses over the fact that earlier, as part of a major plot point, 20 billion people are killed on Earth. 20 billion people. Nearly 4 times as many human beings as currently exist in all of creation are killed in a terrorist attack. I don't think anyone would be even remotely okay with giving Belters any power under any circumstances for more than a full generation, if not several. That is fucking crazy. Particularly not when they're that weak. That is just batshit nonsense. And a particular character going off on their own, and I'm thinking, whoa, you are a monster, and the fact that the show seems to regard you as someone I should care about is very confusing. It's my understanding that Drummer is a conglomeration of multiple characters in the books, which makes a lot of sense because you can have more characters in a book. I was very, very frustrated by the conclusion, or complete lack of conclusion, because the whole strange dogs thing happens, and they clearly had no intention of wrapping that up, which is... I feel like the producers of the show are trying really, really hard to have their cake and eat it too. In the sense that the show is clearly effectively canceled. Maybe not technically, but effectively canceled as in not being renewed. And they wrote it in such a way that they were like, but the adventure continues. And it's like, you knew before you started writing it that it was going to end there, and you still decided to, no, Shock 21. If you eat cake, you no longer have cake. They want to eat the cake and then have there still also be cake. I didn't like it. I really, really did not like it. That and the action scene, the big action extravaganza in the final episode is... I compare it to Season 1 because I love Season 1. In Season 1 of The Expanse, there is a scene where all the main characters are in the same room, kind of for the first time, on Arrow Station in the Blue Falcon Hotel. They all meet up for the first time, and there's a gunfight, and it's a very small, contained gun battle. It's like 5 characters shooting in a teeny room with guns shooting plastic bullets. And that fight was much more interesting and compelling than the grand battle that happened in the fucking series finale. Which was just like watching someone burn money. It was like watching someone pile a bunch of money up in the middle of the room and light it on fire. It was chaotic and confusing and nonsensical, and ultimately boiled down to the main characters run down a hallway shooting at people you can't see. That's the whole thing. That's the entire fucking thing. Oh, no, I see your remark, No Fox to Give, and I think that it is relevant and correct and realistic. And while it may be an uncomfortable topic, given what has happened in the 20 years since that event, yeah, you're absolutely right. What gets me is that the books were written in the post 9/11 world, and yet they're like, 20 billion people, what's that? What's that worth? Who's going to be angry about that? No big deal. It all just struck me as very silly, and that's disappointing because the show up until now has not been silly. It has been sensible and mature And it ended with a whimper. Though if I'm being completely honest, see, I've said this a few times when I'm... You know, I understand more now about how I parse and analyze shows. And if the show has a good story overall, if the big beats, the important beats are good, are well realized, and are compelling, I don't pick the nits because there's no point in picking nits. They don't really matter. To bring it back to something we were talking about earlier, TNG, like the episode Darmok is a great example of this, because the episode Darmok in The Next Generation doesn't make any sense. Objectively, it makes no sense. The language of the Darmoks, of the whatever the fuck that species is called, is complete nonsense. You couldn't use metaphors to express complex scientific concepts. You could not use memes to build a warp engine. This is true. This is objectively true. It also doesn't matter, because that's not the meat of the episode. That's not the point of the story. The point of the story are people who don't understand one another, people who come from different contextual reference points, learning to see meaning in one another. And it's very on the nose, and it is excellent. And so the fact that the Darmok's language is useless really is not a valid complaint. You can focus on it, you can pick that nit if you really want to, but most people aren't going to care about it, because who fucking cares? The episode's great. If the core of the episode were dumb, if it didn't have a message behind it and it ultimately went nowhere, then suddenly that would become a problem. It'd be like, well, this is a stupid episode, and also it doesn't make any sense. The message is dumb, and nothing here has an ounce of realism to it. This is kind of how I approach things. I'm willing to let a lot of silly shit go if the message is good. But I don't know what the hell the message of The Expanse there was at the end. At all. It didn't seem to have one. It meandered around for a while. The story was good for 3 seasons, and then there were 3 more seasons, which were mostly focused on the Dagata family, which I have to admit, I couldn't possibly care less about. I got really, really tired of Marco and Philip over seasons 5 and 6. But, hey, you know what? As much as I'm complaining about it, I don't want anyone out there to feel like, oh, but it was good and I liked it. You're allowed to like it as much as you want. And maybe you took away something from it that I just didn't. Much like the episode Darmok, it's important to remember that we all come from different reference points, different contexts, different ways of judging movies. We like things for different reasons, and that is just fine. I personally found it very, very frustrating. Thank you very much, Merlin Models. His Vader blue, his Ness edgy. I mean, more or less, WJ. I thought the story was about the proto-molecule, and then it just sort of wasn't, so whatever. And I know, oh, but you gotta read the books, oh, but the story continues. Fuck you. Like, really, just fuck that nonsense. If you're not gonna finish the show, why the hell did any of this happen? And if you knew the show was gonna end before you could answer any of the questions about the proto-molecule, why did you focus a good hour of the latest season on the fucking proto-molecule? That's the part that really irritates me. They knew, and they did it anyway. They had the choice of not doing it. Particularly since I understand that Strange Dogs is a short story that they adapted into the show and not actually a part of the 6th book. Merlin. See, no, Fox, you're right on the money. If I really don't like a thing, or if I don't want to like a thing, or if I feel nothing for a thing, I don't bother thinking about it. I certainly don't bother complaining that much about it. Sometimes, some things I do, but for the most part I don't. I want to like the Expanse. You know, okay, I'm gonna gatekeep. You ready for some gatekeeping? It's not really gatekeeping, but I've been watching The Expanse. Like, I saw a promo for The Expanse on the Sci-Fi Channel before the first episode aired, and I said, this looks cool. I then watched The Expanse live, the first episode, on the first night that it aired on the Sci-Fi Channel. I then watched every single episode of it on the night that it released. There has not been one episode that I haven't watched the day after it fucking released, except for the finale. So yes, I like the show. I maintain that seasons 1 through 3 are the best, and kind of everything after that is pretty forgettable. Ironically, right about the time that Amazon took over, I can't say that Amazon ruined it, because all Amazon theoretically did was put up a bunch of money. I can't back up that supposition at all. All I can do is point out the correlations. And express my deep concern for the Lord of the Rings series, with that being known. At this point, I'm just assuming that Lord of the Rings series is going to be shit. I feel like I'm safer assuming it's going to suck, and then if it's good, I'll be pleasantly surprised. You're right, Sumitha. The first 3 all stem from the Canterbury exploding. It's a wonderful ride from that point onward, and I found Thomas Jane's performance as Miller to be very engrossing. I watched the show largely from Miller, and a bit for Mateo, and then Mateo got killed with an elevator. I thought that was a fitting end for Mateo, though. Like, he kind of needed to die. Mateo had a great arc, for that matter. Mateo's arc was a good sort of lesson in how radicalization can occur. That's the guy Merlin models. He was the giant piece of shit. That's who Miller was. With his stupid fucking hat that everybody hated. I liked his remark on that, though. Wear that stupid fucking hat. He's like, it keeps the rain off my head. He was such an asshole. I like characters like that, though. He's the fallen protector. He thinks himself smart. He thinks himself worldly. He feels like he's in control. And he doesn't really understand how far he's fallen or how far out of relevance he really is. Until it hits him in the face. And then he has to come to terms with the fact that he's not the man he wanted to be. That he imagined himself a good guy, but he is very much a part of the problems that he swore he was going to help fix. And it's too late to go back. He only has little things he can do to make up for it. They largely involve self-sacrifice, and he's just willing to do it because he has nothing left to lose. I like that character archetype. Yeah, I'll probably at this point just admit that Miller is most of the reason I watch the show, and yeah, once he's gone, I'm a little, I still like the character of the detective post-Miller, but obviously there's a lot of Miller in the detective. I am really happy with how this Vader is coming together. What do you think, chat? I've just been kind of touching it up and blending and touching it up and blending and working on building the blues, but man, I'm liking this quite a lot. Sorry, no, Drakari. I meant Diogo. You know what I was confusing him with? Mateo is the guy who goes through the ring for the first time, who splatters all over the inside of his own ship. I'm thinking of Diogo, though. I think this in particular right here is working with this deep shadow in between, the highlight going down the arm. We're going to be picking up quite a bit of red on this, I think, once we get to doing the OSL. Yeah, no, that was me mixing up names. You were correct. Alright, I should start doing a little bit of work on the helmet. Maybe a touch more on this arm. Here's a question to start considering, because this is the Vader we're going to do next. A lot of people have done lava and a glow coming up from the bottom, from the ground. Enough people have done that on this mini that I kind of don't wanna. I admit that the idea of the red lava glow coming up from below, like, that's a cool idea. But I feel like focusing the... That's almost too much OSL. If I want to have OSL from the lightsaber being red and then OSL from the lava being orange, like, that's too much. But that means I gotta start thinking about how I want to do the basing. There's a little stuck of hair down here when I was priming it for some reason. Let me clean that off. Do like electricity or something. Ooh, that's an interesting idea. Maybe I could do like a crackling blue effect down here and have blue from below and red from above? A greenish ambient light on the rocks instead, like a corpse fire? Maybe? I'm thinking like the lights of Minas Morgul, steal a rebel. That could be interesting. Let's think about that. This is going to be the next Vader we do. Blue crystalline glow seeping up through the cracks to contrast against the red glow of the lightsaber. Yeah, that could very well work. I think we might be onto something there. Green or blue? Now, he is largely blue, which is why I'm thinking green might be a better choice. Because a blue glow on a blue figure is not going to be as effective. Purple glow? Ooh, interesting. Could clash a bit with the red, though. I'm liking this green concept. I'm going to dwell on it some. I wanted to start thinking about it now because I don't want to be coming up with it as I do it. I want to have a plan for that one. It's the whole reason we're doing these, is to develop a plan for the last one. Because these Vader figures are ones that you can buy off the shelf in infinite quantities, and this Vader figure, I think they only made like 300 of them, so... I want to do it justice. What about like a magenta? Oh no, that'd be kind of too red. I would go with more of a blue-purple, like maybe a violet. I don't know. I don't know. You know what I might do is pose the figure and shine some lights on it and take pictures. That's an interesting idea, isn't it? Green tint would be somewhat thematic, yeah. Anakin... Ooh, nope. Gimishkar, you're incorrect. You're incorrect. He had a blue lightsaber. Luke had a green lightsaber. So it would still be thematic, but Anakin didn't. Yeah, you fucking Gimishkar, go ahead and forward me your Star Wars fan club card. It's being revoked.
Take a seat, young Skywalker.
How dare you, sir? Alright, I think we are approaching a point that I'm going to call him good for the night, because we should do a drawing for the giveaway before the Storm Report officially starts. But what I'd like to do is take a minute and go over the work that we've gotten done tonight, because I'm actually really happy with it. I gotta clean those brushes. I'll worry about that later. Yeah, I thought so, Steel Rebel. I'm trying to do that more, is have a plan when I'm painting a mini, and maybe even go to the effort of testing the plan to be sure it's going to work. My strategy thus far has been wing it, fuck it, who cares? And it's yielded decent results for the most part, but in many cases they could be better. Fuck out of here, Kursala. I'm not even going to dignify that with... No. Would you please hand me my lightsaber? It's the one that says bad motherfucker on it. It's okay. It's okay, Gimishkar.
Not to worry, we are still flying half a ship.
Do a quick brush clean here. Well, Coral is going to be the last of them. I'm going to go grab one here in a second. Do a more thorough clean on these later. For now, I just want to make sure I'm getting the majority of the schmutz out of them. We're doing a terrain painting stream next week. I haven't really done one of those in a long time, but I have a bunch of the new Hextech hills to paint, so we're going to be doing some of that. Did he really do that crossbow roof? I mean, that does sound like something he would do. As much as I choose, oh Coral. Kind of an idiot you take me for. Alright, let's have a look at our work for tonight, because I think that we've actually made some pretty good progress. I had an idea in my head of how this was going to go when I started doing the Vaders, and so far, it's actually working really well. He says he did anyway. You know what? That's all I need. And I don't fucking care if it's true. The story. They say if you have the choice between printing history and printing the myth, print the myth. Oh my god, look at the difference that makes. So we've got Vader number 1 on the left. This is the basic Vader that comes in the Star Wars Galactic Civil War core set. And I really like how it's come out. We wound up going with kind of a neutral gray because I didn't lean into the blue very much. I still need to finish his eyes, but I'm pretty happy with the OSL glow. I think this is quite possibly the best OSL I've really done. It's pretty good. A little aggressive. I might tone it down for the next one because his blade is closer. But then look at the blue-black that we're establishing on Vader number 2. Look at that. That is intense. Oh, Hamburg, thank you for the reminder. I'm gonna kill my back. So like I said, oh, I need to come in and touch up the buttons on his chest plate too. I just realized looking at it, give them a little bit of a highlight. Pump up the contrast to the blue. Yeah, that's just it. The red is going to look totally different on this one. The red looks good on this guy, but the red is going to look totally different against the blue on this one. And I tried to do blue on this. What I did was I used lamp black, and then I came in with cobalt blue and Payne's gray and did my highlights. And it came out to a bluish, but ultimately neutral-ish gray. I think this angle actually works really well. Look at the glow on the helmet from this angle. I need to do the lightsaber too. So I'm noting the little areas I need to finish. Lightsaber, buttons, eyes. And obviously I need to base him. So here's the thought too. Because this is something I thought of when I was considering how I was going to start working on these tonight. Should I base them at all? And I ask you that because I think I'm going to give these Vaders away as part of our 2,000 follower celebration. I think we'll have drawings and send these Vaders out to you fine folk out there in the Twitchverse. Those of you who have Legion armies who would like to add a Vader to them. I think that it's not something I generally do with Wargaming minis because everyone wants to have their own paint job, but with someone like Darth Vader, he looks a certain way. You can paint a Vader uniquely, but ultimately Vader looks like Vader. He's got the one color scheme. So I'm thinking I shouldn't base them. I should leave the basing plain, I should seal them up really, really well, and that way when you get them, you can go ahead and put them on any basing that you like. This is my thinking. I don't think I'm going to give this Vader away, I'll say that right now. This Vader I'm very likely to keep, because this is the limited edition Vader, and this is one that I quite love. This one I'm going to be painting for myself, but these two Vaders are probably going to go out into the world to find a new home. Left is on the Rebel ship, right one is in the dark on Bespin. Ooh, I kind of like that. I like that for Gadaron. Oh, what are you asking, Bahamut? What do I think of Ivory or Matte Black? For what do you have in mind? Oh, Merlin models. Let me actually drink some water. That's a good idea. I don't think I've ever sent out or done a giveaway for models that I've painted here on stream. But, I'm gonna change that. Oh, Project Dark Fox, I certainly will. I'll attach them to plain black bases and get some good photos of them, certainly. God, look at that blue, though. This should be an object lesson in oil painting, though. Don't be afraid of using the strong pigments, because, man, this is just black with that nasty Prussian blue put on top, and then gently highlighted up. You saw what I was doing for Gadaron. I was putting damn near white on top of that blue, and this is how it comes out. Like, oils are interesting. Mars Black in comparison to Lamp Black. I don't have Mars Black, Bahamut. I need to get some Mars Black for a comparison. I think Mars Black is warmer, but I'm not sure. Ren Momo, I am the decider, and so I shall be. Gasland's color scheme without using black. Lime green, body, rust orange, striping and detailing. Blue metal details. If you need further inspiration, Ren Momo, consult Battlecat from Masters of the Universe. Because that's what I'm talking about. Oh, hang on, let me see. Let me see what you put, Sumitha. Base them and continue to OSO onto the base in a consistent manner. See, that's why I think not basing, because basing is the one part where if you want this to be contiguous with the rest of your Empire army, you're going to want the basing to be the same. But the color scheme doesn't have to be. It can be its own thing. Vader on the left, floor from the Tantive 4 or something like it. That would be white. The flooring on the Tantive 4 was like white paneling. Ooh, that'd be rough. Vader on the right, grating like the floor from the Emperor's throne room in Return of the Jedi. That's a cool idea. Those aren't bad ideas, if only because, you know, largely the same reason that Vader works as a giveaway figure, in that he's always going to have the same color scheme, is that he can also be in almost any environment you want. Wait, that wasn't you? Shit. That was totally you. You tagged me and you said that. Okay. I was like, what? Oh, the one that I read before that. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, no, I gotcha. Ask recipient if they want you to base it. That's probably the way forward, Gimishkar. Either way, we've got a little bit of time before that happens, so, oh my god, it's really obvious when you look at the cape. Look at that. Holy shit, the difference. That is fucking intense. Okay, I see what you're asking, Bahamut. The difference between the blacks. Yes, ivory. Okay, so I can compare ivory and lamp black in that I have found ivory black, first of all, is not very opaque and not very strong. I think it works really well as a tint to other colors, but it's not very powerful on its own. Lamp black has, and it has, ivory has warm undertones. Lamp black definitely has cool tones to it. That's what I'm building up into this blue, and it takes blues very well. It is opaque as all fuck. It makes a great base, because I laid that down on this mini at the start of the stream, and I came back in maybe 15 minutes later with a sponge, and it changed nothing. I took off the excess, and it was still just black as the night. So lamp black is very opaque like that. It's my understanding that Mars black is also fairly opaque, but I have not used it. And yes, Sumitha, that blue is... This is exactly what I had in mind. This is not quite. Like, I had an idea, and I didn't quite hit it with this one. But that same idea, I fucking nailed over here. And the dark and deep blues with the vivid red OSL. Yeah, and that's what I think these blues are really going to start to pop when I come in and I do this red OSL treatment on it. Mars Black is also nicely opaque, so I need to pick some up, Stila, because the more I try the different pigments and, like, the comparison between Burnt Sienna and Terra Rosa, where it's like, Terra Rosa is a beautiful base for almost anything. It's so opaque. And like I said, we applied some of that knowledge today with doing our ultramarine blue, because I was just thinking, I need a blue that I'm going to put down, and no matter what I do to it, it's going to stay blue. Well, that's ultramarine. Or, it's not ultramarine. Prussian blue. What the fuck is wrong with my brain? Every time I've used Prussian blue, I've like been, I'm going to take some Prussian blue, and I'm going to come in and try to do a little, and it just dominates everything around it. It is fucking unbelievable. White Wolf Ranger knows what I'm talking about. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. You know what I didn't do is I didn't do any highlighting on the back of his glove here. I might have to come in and do that. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. I'll take that as a compliment. Gene Wilder was amazing. I'm really happy with this OSL. This is probably the OSL that I'm happiest with as far as OSL I have ever done. Particularly on the helmet there. Damn, look at that. That's the angle right there. Go Prussian blue. All my homies love Prussian blue. All the bitches are about Prussian blue. It's the shit. Did I just glaze it on? Yeah. We got him pretty well done through the grays, and then we came in, and I actually waited. I waited and I let the oils cure, so that I would be putting the reds glazed down on top instead of blending them into the oils down below, and then just glazed in, and this was cadmium red hue and cadmium scarlet, and then slight little bits of titanium white. Everything is wrong. You've been using Mars Black and thinned it with Carbon Black ink. Interesting. I'll pick up some Mars Black and give it a try. Because, yeah, these oil paints really have strengths and weaknesses. Alright, folks, give me just a minute. I'm going to get up for a second. I'm going to stretch my legs. I'm going to grab a beer. And then we're going to do our drawings for our giveaways tonight. And if you need details on those, again, go ahead and hit !giveaway in chat. And it should have all the information you need. You still have a few minutes to enter if you want to. And folks, can I just say thank you. Thank you all for being here with me for this 2-year streamiversary. You've made this a great stream. I've really enjoyed the painting that we've done tonight. I've been struggling to paint lately, and I haven't been enjoying it as much. I probably had more fun painting tonight than I have had in a while. So, alright, I will be right back. We'll do our drawing. We'll roll right on over into the storm report. I'll see you in just a second. Alright. Let's go ahead and do our drawings. What do you say? Sorry about the delay there, folks. Let's go ahead and do our drawings. I need to paint these. God damn it. I need to paint these and also release these files, because these are actually pretty cool. These little objectives that I made. I intend them for use with Dead Zone, but you could use these with almost anything. This actually came out pretty nice. Now that I've had a chance to... That's a funny thing about 3D design when you're working on something, when you know every little detail of it, like, your brain kind of gets sick of looking at it, and you can't see it objectively. You take a break from it for a little while, and come back. With fresh eyes. I want to make some more pieces like these. These were fun to make, and they're really, really functional. Objectively. I made that joke on purpose. So my favorite little feature of them is just you can mark them. If you need to have your objective numbered or you need it to be worth a certain number of points, you have these little magnetic panels on each of them. You just snap those right down. I'll make sure that these are available in the immediate future because they printed really fucking well and they're going to be easy to paint. I need to slap some down on them. Where's the other one? Here's the other one. Little biohazard barrel. The same thing on top. Click. God, I love magnets. Well, you know, I don't mean to toot my own horn. At least not in public. Datron, but there are a lot of people out there. There are a lot of very, very talented 3D modelers who are much, much better than me, at so many things, including speaking. Better than me at just slinging vertices and putting together 3D files and making complex printable items, and a lot of them don't spend a lot of their time actually playing games. I like to think that that is what differentiates me from so many of them as I gradually work on getting my skills up to snuff. Riot Sister, you may. You may say that because that's just true. Like it. Let's do the drawing. Let's do the drawing. But there's some absolute truth to what Riot Sister is saying. When I started streaming, and what more appropriate time is there for me to talk briefly about my thoughts on streaming than on my 2-year stream anniversary?
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the BAP.
I started this stream with the explicit and stated intention, and I'll go ahead and get these drawings started while I talk about this. I started the stream with the explicit intention of getting myself sat down at the desk 3 times a week working on something. What that thing was, it doesn't matter. Just making sure that I didn't have any weeks that passed where I wasn't getting in at least 3 work sessions. That's the whole point. And it has become so much more than that. There was a huge response right when we got started. Many of our longest viewers, the people who are right now renewing for like 24-month subscription streaks, like, I mean, it goes without saying, because you got 24-month streaks, you've been here since the beginning. And there's a huge number of people who have been here since the beginning who are here almost every single stream, and it is... sometimes I feel like I've lost my mind and I'm making this all up in my head because it seems like it's impossible. It's so incredibly flattering. And on top of being flattering, because that's not all of it, this isn't really about me. I realize my name is on the stream, my name is on the Discord, my name's on this t-shirt, that we're gonna find out who might win some of these t-shirts right now. Why don't we do that? Let's close the giveaway, wha-bam, and let's pick our first place winner for our merch giveaway. That is going to be NMO Xandershade. Congratulations, sir. You are going to be receiving a Thunderhead Studios Zip Up hoodie. It's my favorite hoodie, Xandershade. I wear my THS hoodie like all the fucking time, and not just because it's got my shit on it, because it's actually really a nice hoodie. Rainy River Designs has really outdone themselves with that one. Let's go ahead and find out who else is going to be taking home some Thunderhead Studio merch today. Whabam! Gus Schultz. Gus, are you in chat, my friend? Gus, if you're out there. My man, Gus Schultz. You will be the recipient of your choice of Thunderhead Studio mug. Or Thunderhead Studio t-shirt. I will be contacting you on Discord or Instagram, whichever is your preferred method, and we will figure out those details. And for our final winner for the merch giveaway, whablam, it is, Coral. Oh, Coral. I'm gonna have to put my name on Coral's chest of all places. It's rigged. It's rigged. Oh, Coral, congratulations. You have your choice of a Thunderhead Studio mug or t-shirt. Ren, you know what? We're about to have a bigger giveaway than this. We're very close to 2,000 followers. 2,000 followers, we're going to be giving away some models, some painted models, some painted models, some unpainted models, and some merch. So make sure you're here for that one as well. We did a 3D printer last year too. So who the hell knows? Oh, Coral, I will be in touch with you regarding the specifics of that. But to carry on what I was saying about said merch, about the fact that I put my damn logo everywhere, which I think I've mentioned to you before. Like, I know I put my logo on everything. I don't even see it as really my logo. It's my connection with my grandfather, who I never really got to know. But this symbol, this brand, this meant something to him, and it means something to me, and it makes me feel closer to him to see it associated with something that people regard as quality. It really means a lot to me to see it associated with a community of creative and supportive people, and that's really what Thunderhead Studio is at this point. It's not just me sitting here streaming, painting minis, making models, 3D sculpting. That's this tiny little nucleus of it is that, and around that is orbiting this amazing accretion disk of talent that I have no claim on whatsoever. And it is you. When I go into the Thunderhead Studio Discord in the morning and I see that someone has posted something early on like, hey, I made this thing, do you have an opinion on it? And someone gives their opinion on that, and someone comes in and says, hey, I can make this thing to kind of add on to that, or someone did some art and someone sculpts up a 3D model based on that art. Like, these things happen there. And it's so goddamn inspirational. It's a snowball effect. It's a place where creative people can be creative together, where we can use our talents to encourage and to enrich one another, and it is literally more than I had ever hoped for when I started doing this. So what I'm really trying to say at the end of all these flowery nonsense words is really thank you. Just thank you guys. Thank each and every one of you for being a part of this. Thank you for being here for the stream. Thank you for being a part of the community in the Discord. Thank you for helping to enrich me as an artist. And thank you for being who you are. Ultimately, I am honored and I am blessed. And here's to 2 more years. Let's do the drawing for the final giveaway for our Steel Warrior Studios gift codes. Let's get that bad boy done. Where do I have it? Here it is. Alright. Make this a little bit smaller so I can still see chat. Go over into giveaways. Let's go ahead and close our entries. And our number 1 winner for a $100. Oh my god, Hamburg Tack. Hamburg, thank you so Hamburg, like, oh my god, dude. You have been one of the biggest supporters of the stream. Thank you for being here, and thank you for everything that you do. Many, many more to come. Well, I can't think of any reason that I would stop doing this shit at this point. It has done nothing but make me a more expressive and I think better person. So, you know, let's just take this to the end of the road and see where the hell that is. I agree. You're the one crazy enough to let us harass you like this. Well, I'll tell you, that's the other side of it, Metalcore Collectibles, and thank you so much for the resub. And I know I've told you guys this before. After moving rurally away from the city, I used to be comic book store guy. I used to quite enjoy hanging out at the store and talking about games and giving people advice and building models and generally being really fucking annoying. I haven't been able to do that as much in the last few years, and this has been so much more than that. So much more. I think if I hadn't been listening to Thunderhead, I'd be unconscious right now. I'm glad that listening to me didn't make you unconscious, but let's find out who's going to be walking away today with a $100 gift code for Steel Warrior Studios, which can be used for anything on the site. STL's physical product combined with anything else you want. Let's go ahead and find out. $100 going to Merlin Models. Look at that. Merlin Models, congratulations! What the hell indeed? What are you gonna get? What are you gonna get? No, White Wolf. No, the hoodie is for the other drawing. Does it say a hoodie? It shouldn't say a hoodie. Oh, I didn't change that. Ignore that. That's a lie. Ignore the machine. The machine is lying. And it shouldn't say that. Why does it say zip up? I thought I changed that before the
Here at Thunderhead
technical
Studios,
difficulties. Yeah, ignore
it's
that.
okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
Look, it wouldn't be a genuine Thunderhead Studio stream if I didn't fundamentally fuck something up,
Here
okay?
at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
So enjoy it. Anyway. You're gonna go ahead and, do some browsing. All right. I'm curious what you're gonna wind up getting. Very curious indeed. It better be Thunderhead Studio stuff, goddammit. Anyway, okay, let's find out who's taking away a $50 gift card to Steel Warrior Studios. That is going to be Whablam Dre Kari. It also says bullshit that you're going to ignore because that's nonsense. It's a $50 card, and I think I copy-pasted the info from one giveaway to the other, and I forgot to change it. Yeah. That is confirmed. Merlin Models. Wait, hold on. Am I doing this right? Yes. Yeah. I am. So I ran 2 entries. One was the Thunderbot, and that was the merch giveaway, and this one is... Hold on. Oh, wait, hold on. Did I fuck this up completely? Okay. I just got him backwards. I just mixed up the giveaways. The givings away. Whoops. It turns out the text was absolutely correct, and I am in fact the one who completely fucked up. Xander Shade won $100 at Steel Warrior Studios, and Gus Schultz and O'Coral won $50. And
Look, I'm not
happy 2
saying
years,
Thunderhead's
everyone.
trying to brush you off, but you're just base coat, man.
Fuck! I tried to blame the bot. I thought, yeah, okay. There's really no way out of this, is there? I'm just gonna have to eat crow, and everyone's gonna remember this forever. Fuck. What can I blame this on? What excuse can I come up with? I got nothing. I'm just the big dumb dummy. I'll tell you what though, Merlin models. I'll tell you what. Okay. Clarifying. Strike that, reverse it, small scale obsession gets it, I'ma blame it on the beer. NMO Xandershade won $100 from Steel Warrior Studios, Gus Schultz and O'Coral each won $50 from Steel Warrior Studios. Merlin Models, you won a zip-up Thunderhead Studio hoodie. From Rainy River Designs, Drakari, you won a choice between a Thunderhead Studio mug and a Thunderhead Studio t-shirt, and I do apologize for I've got records of it, Kursala, in the giveaway bot, and I do apologize for the confusion and for telling people incorrect information. That was my fault for not double checking as I clicked the buttons. Is ultimately what that was. Whew. And now we have one more drawing to do. Yeah, Merlin, please, anybody who won tonight, if you could go ahead and drop me a message on Discord. If you don't see this, or if you can't, I'll message you. I'll get it organized over the next few days, and we'll make sure that your prizes get out to you. The final drawing is going to be Datrin Voltari. Datrin Voltari will also be receiving their choice of a Thunderhead Studio mug or t-shirt. Whoopsie daisy. But hey, we're back on track. You want dice? You want dice, WJ? I put in the order for the new round of dice, by the way. We wound up selecting... Yeah, never listened to Thunderhead. We wound up selecting the velvet, purple, and white
battle mix,
for the next run of dice.
Sexy streamers and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things, and more.
Gus Schultz, you want the mug? We can do that. We can do that, Gus Schultz. I will accept that. Alright. Data Nerd, if you are in fact taking notes, would you just note down that Gus Schultz would prefer a mug, and I'll get that taken care of for you guys on your end. And let's go ahead and do...
99 bottles of paint on the wall, 99 bottles of paint. Take one down, shake it around. 150 bottles of paint on the wall.
I got something in my back pocket. And I'm going to pull it out right now to try to make up for the fact that I'm an idiot. And I'm explicitly stating that that's what I'm doing. We're going to do one more drawing for a $50 gift card for Steel Warrior Studios to take up Gus Schultz's spot since he's taking a mug. And I actually have one more code for $50 for Steel Warrior Studios. So what we're going to do is we're going to do two more drawings from the subscriber giveaway for $50 gift codes. Are you guys ready? You guys ready to find out who gets those? Let's make it happen. I'm changing the fucking rules at the last second. You don't like it? You don't fucking like it? Go hang out with fucking Matt Yee. See what he'll give you. Space herpes. That's okay, because Calvin Ball is a great game. Okay, so $50 gift card to Steel Warrior Studios going to Hubloop Kursa. Oh, really? At least you didn't enter the one for your own merch, Kursala. Getting the $50 gift code for Steel Warrior Studios. Fuck yeah. And we have one more coming up. Let's go ahead and see who that's going to be. Going to the Joy of Painting Minis. Joy of Painting Minis. You still hanging out? I'm altering the deal. Pray I don't alter it any further. How apropos. Joy of Painting Minis will also be getting a code for $50 at Steel Warrior Studios. And as much as I want to say, hey, go buy some Thunderhead Studio stuff, the fact is that Steel Warrior Studios carries merchandise from a number of very, very talented producers, and I encourage you to go ahead and browse the site before you go blowing all that in one place. Amish Stig to 2 years. Another toast to 2 years. Oh God, excuse me, it's horrible. Whatever, we're making it work. What did you expect? Like professionalism here? If you've been here for 2 years, you fucking know that's not what you're gonna get, alright? But that will conclude our giveaways for the night and mark the beginning of tonight's Storm Report.
Alright, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glorp paint and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
I like this tune. I mean, I can't dance just in general, but I like the tune. The vampire from Robot Jocks would be more professional. And you make my drink taste like blood. Oh. You get what you get, and you don't throw a fit. Shit, why do I know that? Hold on, why do I know that? Watchmen, that's why I know that. It took me a second. I heard the guy saying it, and I was like, that is from a very particular scene, and then I remembered the scene. You get what you get, you don't throw a fit. And that's when he found out about, Adrian Veidt and the Space Squid. So, alright, let's... Holy shit! Is this a good way to come into the stream? Is this what people want to see? Probably not. Conceivably not. Though if they've been hanging out with Useless Wizard, they're probably somewhat used to a similar visage. A similar, what the French call, I don't know what. Yes? Yes? I think his is a bit more robust than mine. These days, Useless Wizard, how are you doing? How was your stream, my friend? That's probably true. They're probably right now being forced to watch an ad for... What are the ads for at this point, anyway? There's that one they keep showing me with, like, I think Billie Eilish is in it, and she's like, you should buy Photoshop products. Je ne sais quoi. Welcome in, Raiders. Just got here and now I'm leaving Rio. Why? Why for Rio? Just finished an interview with Teal Security. Oh my god, it is just bald white guys with beards all the way down, isn't it? We're like a fucking Russian nesting doll. This is out of control, Useless Wizard. How'd the interview go? The ads you got is IKEA collab with ROG Furniture. A ROG? Like Republic of Gamers? Is that the ROG we're thinking of? Yes, Sanders Shade, precisely. Well, welcome in, Useless Wizard. Thank you so much for the raid. Thanks for bringing your people in. We're towards the end of our stream here, but we've still got a little ways to go because we're rolling right on over into our art review segment called The Storm Report. There we go. I was looking on a map and I couldn't find the Republic of Gamers. That's kind of a brilliant idea, WJ. So, like, we could 3D print a Russian nesting doll and it's all just bald white dudes with beards and glasses. You think people would buy that? I mean, I probably would, but, I buy garbage all the time. Anyway, we're about to roll right on over into the Storm Report, so go ahead and pull up a seat. We're going to be sharing some art from the community for a little while here. We've been working on Vader tonight. Riot Sister, thank you. I love that you have the ability to do that now. I really do. We've been working on some Star Wars Legion Vaders that I'll be posting pictures of later. Oh, Shut up, Asri. God damn it. Here we have from Mafik. New package has arrived today. I'll build it as soon as possible for the next report, and no, it's not Xeon mobile suits, but a captured one from the Titans, aka Small Special Forces EFSF. Has been used during the attack on Torrington in Gundam Unicorn as remnants of Xeon. I haven't watched Gundam Unicorn. Neo Xeon Attack Use Mobile Suit. I mean, it looks like a badass Zaku is ultimately what it looks like, with maybe some, like, extreme shoulder spikes on it. Yes, Riot Sister can do that. Riot Sister has special powers now. Well, I'm looking forward to the build, Mafik. Very much so. Here we have from Ren Momo, Sports. Okay. Yeah. Sure. I mean, to be fair, the barrel of this weapon is large enough you could probably fire golf balls out of it. If we're talking in scale. Posted E last Thursday, A Sunday, and now sports. You explaining it in no way helps to connect these things, Ren. Like, you say that like that's supposed to explain the connection, but there is no connection. Ren is going to make me go fucking insane. Oh, hey, I just found a miniature on my desk that I thought I'd lost. It's Timothy Olyphant from the popular Star Wars special, The Mandalorian. Hello, Timothy Olyphant. I'm going to set you down now. Oh, it's in the game, is what you're saying. Well, all that aside, that's actually a pretty cool little model. Where'd you get it, Ren? You printing these bad boys out, and what are they going to be used for? I demand answers. I really do kind of like his combination of welding mask and, like, bullpup style assault rifle. That's badass as hell. Here we have from Gear Falcon, finish the Reaver minus the base for my Trader Legion. I didn't go super into detail, just wanted to make tabletop ready, and I may do some weathering. Hey, you know, tabletop ready. Gear Falcon tabletop ready is a concept that I've been eschewing for the last, like, 4 or 5 months that I need to get back into. Because tabletop ready is a fucking important concept. This is, for you considering this just tabletop ready, you've made a lot of really great choices here. And I think that really is the core of tabletop ready. Is if you make good choices before you start, you don't have to break yourself off in the technique. And the choices made here are fantastic. The combination of that teal, that seafoam blue with the gold trim, lovely. A little bit of a wash on that gold trim would go a long way. I really like what you've done here with the metal, using that sort of oxidized green in the crevices. That is a lovely touch. We have some more like kind of bronzy coloration up here in the hips, and then that kind of ivory eggshell off-white for our weapon shrouds and for our alternating striping. This is a damn good looking. This is a little Reaver, right? Yeah, because here's the paint palette behind it. This is an AT Reaver, which actually makes the detail on this even more impressive because this is not a big figure at all. Lovely work, Gear Falcon. Like really, I fucking love this color scheme. That's cool as hell. And is it meant to be, you say, minus the base for your Trader Legion? I don't know many of the Titan Legions by name. Is this a particular one, or is it one that you made up? I'm curious. So coming down here we have from NMO Xander Shade. I'm on a basing spree, I feel like. Both my Warhammer and an Irby received the basing treatment, each adding a new material. Pre-made static bush tufts for the Urban Mech, ripped cork pad for the pictured Warhammer. I feel that I'm steadily getting better and better at basing. We'll certainly run out of painted mechs that need the treatment soon. Hopefully I have the Griffin from before ready for the next Storm Report. Ooh. Cork is a very versatile basing material for a lot of different purposes. Either for making like little rocky outcroppings like you've done here, or layering it You can actually create rocky vertical faces by layering it. The top surface, when it's together and just torn off at the edges, I have always found makes really good asphalt at certain scales. But yeah, man, you've definitely been upping your basic game in a big way. This looks pretty damn good. I like the bits of cork with the flocking on top of them. That is a nice touch. Oh, and look at those snazzy 3D printed buildings too. How about those? That's a good looking blue too. Decent depth to it. Good job on the wash. And your metal has a bit of a warm tone to it that I think really helps to offset it from the... I don't know if you did... between the two, if you were going to do Nuln Oil or Agrax Earthshade, or their equivalents, I would choose Agrax for that metal, and it looks like that's probably what you did. It looks like it has a warm tone to it. That might just be the photography. Slick work, Xander Shade. Here we have from Journeyman Paint Hour, 15mm bushwhacker I'm doing for a diorama tentatively called Wolves in the Woods. Been a slow process on this due to, you know, life. But I think the bones are there. I'd say the lion's share of the work is done. Your base coats are nice and smooth. You've got some good solid shading to work with, some decent panel lining. The metallics, I think, could probably use a little bit of work and some details here and there, like the cockpit glass, but damn, I like the posing on this. I know everybody loves the bushwhacker for some reason that I can't quite put my finger on. I'm personally not a huge fan of the bushwhacker. I feel like it always winds up looking pretty goofy. It's a hideous mech. I like this posing you have going on it, though. He's kind of walking forward, and he's got his torso swung off to one side. He's got, like, that bending Rodriguez thing going on. Like, shut up, baby, I know it. Kind of doing this number. That's what I'm getting from this. Yeah, that's right, Sumitha. In MechWarrior 3, don't you start with a bushwhacker? Looks like it was assembled in a junkyard, which is a plus. Yeah, the rivets are standing out really well. I like those against the blue hull. It's because we had the Battletech toy. There you go. It does look like a cobbled together mech. Yeah, I think it looks more like a Franken mech than the classic Franken mech. It's a fucking Intersphere mech. Cataphract, thank you. It's like, God, what's wrong with my brain? Yeah, the Cataphract. The Corsair looks more like a Franken mech than the Cataphract does. The Corsair looks like a goddamn mess, and I never know what it is when I'm looking at it. Nice work. Very, very nice work, Journeyman Paint Hour, and truly deserving of your upgrade from Amateur to Journeyman. Here we have from Nash. As I've never made a snowman out of the many southern snowstorms I've been in, I present you Snowmang, leader of planet Durf. Well, you made excellent use of the materials available. Welcome to Earth. I love that his eyes are on stalks. Can I just say that? Of everything we have going on here, the fact that his eyes are on stalks like some kind of mutant crab man is my favorite thing. Corsair was made by PGI to sell t-shirts. Is that true? Do they make shirts? What? I missed that entirely. I think this is probably a more coherent snowman than any snowman that I've ever made in my life, and I grew up in Colorado. I don't think I ever bothered putting a face on any of them. He has hair, though. I mean, yeah, he's got like a tiny little crop on top, and he's balding everywhere else. But I think that's really the least of his problems physiologically speaking. All in all, he should probably see a snow doctor. Here we have from Ren Momo. Oh my god. He's wearing a little sweater. It's adorable. I wonder if my dog Winnie would wear a sweater. Probably not. I feel like the wearing of clothing is the kind of thing you have to start with a dog when they're very, very young so that they get used to it. I feel like that window is probably closed with Winnie. She's too used to being naked. That, and she has a really, really thick coat, so it's not like she needs it, even in the wintertime. She's perfectly fine. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Data Nerd. I'm like, if I put a sweater on Gwynny, I don't think she'd like it at all. She doesn't seem to need it. That's the cat's bed that the dog took over. Don't they always, though? Master has given Dobby a sock! That is adorable. And snoring no less. Look at her little chin choppers. Little white mouth. Oh, cute. Cute puppo, Jasmine. Well, you know, Ren, we're going to be demanding to see more of Jasmine in the near future. I hope you understand what you've done. Here we have from Zombie Brush Studios this week's model progress. Only had 2 days where I can actually get any painting done, but still happy to be making progress again. And I fixed Soundwave for you. You did indeed. Yeah, that's right. That is exactly what he was missing. It's like he touched up the red a little bit there. I'm loving the look of Star-Lord in particular. The red you did on his coat has some nice depth to it. Ooh, and I'm really digging the NMM, the just simple cartoonish NMM work across the blasters and the helmet. And then we have Ronan the Flagellator, or whatever the fuck his name is. Ronan the Accuser. Really nice with that vivid blue for the skin. All in all, working with primarily cool tones here, but good differentiation. That vivid teal for the skin, this sort of lavender purple, and then a redder magenta purple. Actually contrast really well, and we have kind of a greenish white for the cloak. That is lovely work. And our classic One Punch Man down here, delivering his signature power move, consecutive regular punches. She'll wear a bandana, Data Nerd. When we take her to the groomer, she comes back with a bandana, and she'll usually wear it for a couple days before she gets irritated and tears it off. Zombie Brush, the amount of work that you get done when you're supposed to be doing other things is amazing, because when I focus on painting, I barely manage any of it. Zombie Brush, thank you so much for sharing. Here we have from Wheezy. Is this the right icon for constructive criticism? It is indeed. My current work in progress. It's a boring green Star League scheme. I'm following from the Battletech Legends book. Tried a bit of a dark glazing on the inside legs and arms as you suggested with my Blue Archer recently. Think I need some more there. This was also my first effort at warning stripes or a tartan pattern. Both have room to improve, but I'm satisfied for a first effort. I also did the logo on the Highlander thigh. That's pretty rough, but it's okay on tabletop. My big question is the highlights. I need something to make the minis more interesting. Edge highlights? Something else? What color? Maybe I'll also try to further darken panel lines to give the models more depth. So I like this color, first of all. It's kind of a slightly minty, bluish green. The hazard stripes for being hand done have come out nice. The logo on the thigh actually looks really good. I like the tartan up on the shoulder. So there are a few ways you could go here. You've actually got some decently dark tones down in your panel lining and for your shadows. I would say that you could afford to push the highlights higher. And what I mean by that is I'm talking like a nearly white mint green. Like Crest toothpaste color. Applied via dry brush sparingly. And when I say sparingly, I mean limit the locations that it's being applied. Tops of the knees, groin, center of the chest, points of the shoulders, tips of the arms, fingers. Avoid things like the biceps, avoid the shins, hit the tips of the toes, maybe the edges of the hips. I'm talking like pick the outermost points of each major part of the body and just gently poof, just a little bit of a nearly white mint green. You're right, WJ. And in fact, yeah. We're gonna do that in the near future. We're gonna be doing some terrain painting next week. And I think we're gonna start doing something semi-instructional every week. Because I've got a lot of simple paint jobs that need doing that I haven't been focusing on. They're things that I tend to do off stream, but people want to see them, WJ, so I think we're gonna be working that in week by week. like I said, next week we're going to be doing some Hextech terrain painting, specifically dry brushing on the new Hextech Desert Hills. And, yeah, there's so many things. There's so many things I need to do with Merlin models. And yeah, Renegade HPG approached me about doing a series of YouTube videos on painting the Lyran regulars, because I've actually got a pretty good company of Lyran regulars. And if I do that, it'll probably, I'll do a few of them on stream beforehand. Well, she's a smart woman, Ren. Of Ash. We're going to be trying new things this year. More people want instructional content. I don't mind giving it. I need to kind of return to my roots with painting anyway. I've been going way off the deep end with oil painting and crazy techniques lately. I need to dial it back into the things that are really, like I said, my roots. Not at all, Ren. Have a fucking fantastic night, and thank you so much for being here, man. Tutorial Tuesdays, that could work. But yeah, I'm thinking just like, and again, limit yourself to where you apply it. Don't do the face, but do like the corner of the Orion here, the very, very top of the head assembly here. For the Highlander, like edges of the head visor, points of the shoulders, just little spots here and there. And I think that would just punch up the paint job a little bit more. Just a little bit more, because a little bit's all it needs. These are actually really, really well painted mechs, all in all. Oil is not the deep end. It's all the deep end. Here we have from Kursala. Yesterday I thought it would be fun to paint by committee on the Rainy River server, and here are the results. All of it is done with Rainy River Designs overlays, with the exception of the ankles, knees, and hip actuators. Those are greasy gears. I need some basing, and I think Thunderhead should decide that part. Oh my god, what have we done? What has happened? Where do I see this mech? First of all, I appreciate the use of my 3D printed Locust parts, because I feel like nobody fucking uses those. So it's nice to see somebody getting some use out of them for the SRM2 and the LRM5. Where does this mech belong? I want to say this mech belongs in a snowfield, but I feel like that wouldn't actually lend itself very well to it given the blues and greens. On a target range. There you go. There you go, Kursala. I want the basing to have blast craters. I want it to be on a battlefield that could arguably be indicative of the mech being on a firing range, where it's being used for target practice. That's what I want. Dirty brown with craters. Kursala, look at how I did my Rampart Company mechs. That's what I want. But your take on it. That kind of basing. My god, what... This is why we don't ask the community for their opinions. Oh my god. This gives the Somerset Strikers a run for their fucking money. Holy hell. Woo! Could be a training mech. There you go. Yeah. It's a loner. You stick the FNG in this mech and tell him to try not to fall over. If you need pictures of them, I can send them over, Kursala. That's no problem. Alright. Coming down. Datron Voltari won this during last year's anniversary stream. A little worse for wear after a year of drinking coffee hotter than lava, but still my daily driver. So join me in raising a mug to Thunderhead Studio and another year of streaming. I'll tell you, this is indicative of what has changed, because this was the first line of mugs before Rainy River Designs started doing... They now have a protective coating over the lettering. So that stopped happening almost immediately after these went out. But this just means that, yeah, you have the rare Hunderhead Studdo. Coffee mug. Stud 0. That's a readout. You're missing, there's like a colon there. Studs 0. Sad days. Sad days. Thunderdome Drew, how you doing, man? They really are. They really are lovely mugs. There's been a bit of a development process on them. I like mine. I use them all the fucking time. Studs 0. It's all about rivets now. Underhead Studdo. Kinky. Yeah, this is where 50 Shades really got its start. I'm not going to raise my mug, Datron Voltari, because it has about a ½ inch of cold, stale-ass coffee in it. I'll raise my bottle. I hope that's acceptable. Datron Voltari. You guys may be the only reason that this last year hasn't sucked as bad as it easily could have. It's been a shitty year for a lot of people. It's been a shitty year for pretty much everybody. It's been a shitty year even for me, but all of this and you have made it not just tolerable, but engaging. And I don't know how many times I can thank you in one stream. Merlin models. Alright, let's keep going. Here we have from Vergadarung, terrain from the beginning of 2020, right after I discovered Thunderhead streams. I remember this. Man. You did a fucking good job with these two, Vergadarung. You were making so many custom pieces for this board. This is, like, I'm not even a huge fan of... First of all, when HeroScape existed, it was great. I haven't been a massive fan of using HeroScape to build Battletech boards. I think that the results have often looked good, but it's just not something that I wanted to do. And, even so, though, you made this look so much better than anybody else who was doing it at the time. And oh my god, your boards now look so fucking good. Like Vergadarung's Battletech board is like, in my head when I'm designing terrain, I'm thinking, what's the best this could ever possibly look? Like, I'm not gonna do it myself, but somebody else might. And Vergadarung is the visualization of that. He has done so much incredible work. I saw the light up Solar Collection Tower, Vergadarung. I cannot fucking wait to see that whole field put together. That's gonna look so good. We have come a long way, haven't we? In a very short period of time. I'd love to have Vergadarung over to Thunderhead to play in the fucking game room. I would love to make that happen. I'm not gonna sit here and say it's gonna happen, because I can't possibly say that, but I will say, Vergadarung, we should give it a shot. We should give it a shot, because I think that would be worth recording. I should warn you, I've decided to call any bits we do like that. That's going to be the tabletop hotbox, and I am going to be stoned out of my mind. We are in Colorado, so you'll probably win. But, you know, that's not the point. The point is having fun. Here we have from Vergadarung as well, terrain from yesterday. This is the one I was just talking about. 2 years later, look how far we've come and how far we are going to go. Baby, we are just getting started as far as I'm concerned. Both of us, Vergadarung, you and I each have gained so many skills in the last year, the last 2 years. We are both making things that are so far beyond where we started. And it's only accelerating. It's only accelerating. Between us and Steel Warrior Studios, man, I cannot even imagine what the next year really holds. Don't fucking give away my plot, White Wolf. Jesus. This is awesome. I can't wait to see the full heliostat fields with the purple light, like, reflecting off of them. This is going to be fucking amazing. Oh, man. All right. Let's see what we got up next. Here we have from Journeyman Paint Hour. Still working on the whole set, but between college and work, I've only been getting 30 minutes a day to paint. Rather fond of the rusty pirate look. I think I'll do an entire airfield as a pirate base. Alex over at Steel Warrior Studios made a remark the other day that I absolutely agree with, that his favorite bundle in the Hextech Aeroplex is the Smuggler's Run, which is literally just a length of airstrip and an elevator. It's just a length of airstrip and an elevator, because it kind of just represents, like, you know, hidden away in the wilds of some planet where someone has managed to dig out a small underground hangar and they're running like 1 or maybe 2 aircraft. Little Smuggler's Run. Are able to land and then go down below the earth and close the door, and picture guys coming out with branches and throwing them over the airstrip to hide it from aerial reconnaissance. I think it's a really cool theme. No, not Logan's Run. Very distinctly not Logan's Run. If this was Logan's Run, I would be expected to go to Carousel by now, and there'd be no more streams, period. AJ Wheezy, how you doing, man? And a good late evening to you from Colorado. Don't watch Yo Gabba Gabba on Colorado Bush. I'm not going to watch Yo Gabba Gabba on shit. I'll watch Speed Racer. Thank you very much. Unless I escaped, unless I went on Thunderhead's Run. This looks actually really fucking cool. I like particularly the basing. Is this Rainy River Designs basing? What is the origin of this basing? It looks like RRD stuff. I think these colors lend themselves well to it, and it is just so exciting for me to see. Oh, that's because there are 2 versions of both these pipes and these pipes. It's because this is the male portion, and this is also the male portion, but there's another version of it that has female. Matching male to female for this construction set, it can be a little kludgy from time to time. You just need to have extra options. But yeah, this is just when 2 male ports are matched up against one another, which, by the way, that is their choice, and no one has any right to judge them. So, there, White Wolf. Here we have from Rio Hassenpfeffer. Y'all wanted some progression tracking. I like this. I like how it just gets more aggressive and more complex in each iteration, and a little sharper. Rio, you have a fantastic style, and I love all the work you've been doing with pens in particular. Rio is just such a... First ever post-it pick was upper left, this one up here. I both love and hate Rio's work, because it is the ultimate realization of, it is the ultimate expression of, it is a poor craftsman who blames his tools. Good tools don't make an artist, and poor tools won't really slow one down. Seeing what you're able to do with ballpoint pens and post-it notes both inspires me and makes me feel like such an asshole for the results that I get with complex tools and methods. So, thank you? The Godzillas are 15 minutes apiece. Oh, shut up. Oh, goddamn it, Rio. Test confirmed. Test received, Metalcore collectibles. Go ahead. These are wonderful. I like this purple. Well, hold on. That's not purple. Is this both the red and the blue pens to achieve this purple? Is that what I'm seeing there, Rio? Are you blending ballpoint pen ink, you fucking maniac? Okay. I'm okay with that then. As long as it's a purple pen and you haven't advanced into some, like, new phase of ballpoint pen art. I don't think I could handle that, Rio. Yeah, that would be some next level shit, Stila. I agree. I will say that it is a priority for me this year to take some of Rio's art and adapt it into 3D models. I have the start of the Blunder Thud mech. It's not quite there yet, and I want to sculpt a pilot cat. It's on my list of projects that are probably going to get rolled into the actual workflow in the next few months. And I'm actually pretty excited about that. There's so many fun ideas that Rio has come up with. Here we have from White Wolf. So, things are going great at work. Would have almost been off on time, too, so I could work on Sazabi, but Road Debris had a bit of a different plan. It seemed... What the fuck? What is that? It looks like it's stabbed into the wheel, but what is it? Oh my god, WJ, that's an amazing idea. We need a manuscript that Rio can illuminate. That's a good idea, Data Nerd. It's an excellent idea. An expensive... I mean, this is a bad day, is what it is. I'm just like, what is it? It looks like a... I don't know why. I look at this and I think it looks like a turkey thermometer. It's obviously not that. It's too large, but it looks like it maybe has a nail going through, and then it has a flat disc, and it has like a flag attached to it. Is it like a surveyor's marker or something like that? Well, that sucks. Plus, it looks like your bottle of Dr. Pepper is empty, which just makes the day even worse. It's a fuck you aren't going back to the warehouse, Spike. Yeah, I think technically that's what it is. Hey, they found my burrito. You need to... You gotta improve your diet there, Avash. That's a bad time. Here we have from Thunderdome Drew, entire Blackstone Fortress model bases in the same theme. Oh, these are nice. Oh, these are nice. God, I never finished painting Blackstone Fortress. I started it, Drew. I never finished it. I had a similar... I think a lot of people have done a similar concept to this, but I love the fades you have on this, and I love how that bright electric blue. Simple and effective. I'm going to have to see the rest of Blackstone Fortress as you paint it. The hero models are really fucking nice, and I want to know what you do with them. Thunderdome Drew always has some really interesting paint schemes when left to his own devices. Illuminated manuscript of the Week of Chaotic. Ooh, I could get down with that. Thunderdome Drew, I'm gonna need to see more on this as you continue to progress. Blackstone Fortress is legitimately a very, very fun board game on top of everything else. Those Dr. Pepper bottles have been empty for like 3 weeks. They're my water bottles, because if you lose or break one, oh no, the world doesn't end. Fair enough. It looks like it, Steela. I'm gonna guess that this was taping and spraying primarily. I'm gonna guess the light blue went down first, followed by the... Oh, I'm not sure. Got the 20-ish Chaos models primed and on deck next. I like those Chaos Guardsmen, dude. I never got around to doing those ones myself. The Beastmen, too. Very, very cool figures. Here we have from Cav Tankerous Miniatures. Well, that's... Oh, yeah, that's right. Microsoft bought Activision Blizzard, didn't they? What does this mean? I don't mean what does this mean. I get what the picture means, but I'm asking you all out there, what do you think this means for Blizzard? Is it good? I'm not sure. I don't know how to take this news. Yeah, I know, WJ. It is just a meme. Bill Gates is off, like, giving his money away in vast droves, ensuring people get vaccinated and trying to give clean water to people. I don't know what this means. I don't know what to expect from this acquisition. It couldn't be worse than what Activision was already doing. Well, this is the... Yeah, like the video game Disney, right? Yeah, Blizzard hasn't existed since the early 2000s as far as I'm concerned. But... It's very similar to Star Wars for me in that I can't undo the years of time that I spent being a fan. I can't go back in time and erase the years that I spent as a Star Wars fan. I can't go back in time and erase the amount of time that I spent as a Warcraft fan. It is intrinsically a part of who I am to some degree, and so when this happens, part of me goes, I should be interested in this, but I don't quite know what to make of it. Well, yes, Kevin Kitsune, in a very literal sense, I suppose that's true. World of Warcraft Mech Warrior crossover. That's probably the best potential outcome, Gear Falcon, if fairly unlikely. I don't know. I have a real wait-and-see attitude towards this. I would very much love for Blizzard to... Yes, Datron, you're absolutely correct. I would very much like for this to represent an about-face for Blizzard's recent direction. Because I like Warcraft. I like the story of Warcraft. I'm invested in the characters of Warcraft, and it hasn't been anything that I can ethically consume for some time now. Same goes for Diablo. So, like I said, wait and see. Wait and see. World of Battletech, Gear Falcon, a Battletech massive multiplayer online role-playing game where you're just like one random asshole who starts in like a scorpion tank and has to earn his way up to having a mech. Do you know how much I'd play that fucking game? It's also not going to happen. That's crazy, insane supposition. So let's just stop that thought process right there. Why don't we? So coming down here, we have from Gus Schultz, the starting point for the River Dock diorama. Thanks to you. Oh no, come on. You mentioned OSL effect that inspired me to change the direction I wanted to paint this. Oh man. Oh yeah, real strong light sources coming from the lamp, huh? Oh man. This is all handmade, by the way. Gus Schultz is an old school modeler. Built every bit of this from parts by hand and is now setting into painting it. Even this pistol on the ground here, we saw this last time. This was made from styrene, tube, and card. Hand cut and glued. This is such an intense piece of work. Except, yeah, homeboy here. Yeah, I was just thinking that, Vergaderung. This piece is already evocative. And I know there's more to go. Man, there's a lot going on here. He really does. Riot Sister, we first got turned on to Gus Schultz when he was making his Nurgle Imperial Knight, which just blew my fucking mind. Still does. The amount of not just work that went into it. It's the imagination beforehand, and then the work to bring that imagination into reality, which is often where I fall short. This is... Ooh. Please keep us posted on this, Guts. Like the dog. Please keep us posted on this, Gus, because I want to see more. I'm digging the volumetric lighting that you have going on, and the notion that my dabbling in OSL inspired you to push this to another level is so incredibly flattering. I cannot wait to see where this takes you. Thank you for sharing, Gus. Here we have from Kursala. After a lot of feedback and tinkering, I think I'm ready to call this one finished. The only real changes from the last time you saw it are the D-rings and exchanging the treads for wheels. For those interested, I've decided to call it the Rhino-wheeled tank. I like the wheels. I like the wheels. If we're going to keep the flat front like this, I think the wheels over the treads, I don't know if it necessarily makes more sense, but it makes it more interesting to me. I'm not sure what it is about the wheels that make the flatness work for me. I guess I'm just imagining it moving around. He's only going to be painted with the light of the lantern, backside will be black. A good, strong, dramatic shadow, that makes perfect sense, Gus. I think Vergaderung's right. I think bigger wheels. I think if you increase the diameter of the wheels by like 10%, and even raised it slightly off the ground as a result, could be cool. It's worth trying. I think you're really onto something with this guy, though. He has a very, very unique profile, and so often when working in design, just being unique is an incredibly important factor. 6 wheels instead of 8, the old triple axis? I could dig that. Kind of lift it up off the ground, give it 3 axles. Huh? I don't know. It's worth giving a try, Kursala. I love the visualization. I love that we have the sort of isometric angle, and then we have the flat-on axes perspectives. I love the offset mounted rack, and you know I love the vertically mounted LRM rack. D-ring's a nice touch, too. I can actually see it being, like, pulled up onto the back of a trailer. Very cool. Very cool, Kursala. Here we have from Zombie Brush Studios, got Gamora done today, and finally started a personal project for once. Start of my Borderlands, as it would be. Oh my god, that green. I love this green. Now this looks like the same green that you used for Ronan the Accuser's face, but being applied to orc skin, and it looks like you have warm shadows underneath it. Ooh. I'm sorry, I don't mean to ignore Gamora. She looks fucking excellent. Your work on the hair and the texture is particularly great, but this motherfucker is down here stealing the show. This is such a perfect style for orcs in particular. Totally different colors. It just reads very much the same to my... Well, I'm not seeing them next to one another, to be fair, Zombie Brush Studios. Which color is that? I'm assuming Pro Acryl, but I'm curious which color in particular. That is so vivid and so damn good looking, really pulling out the details. It's a very, very vivid sort of slightly blue green, and I mean very slightly blue. Damn, Zombie Brush, you have such an eye for color. And you're not afraid to use those really vivid tones that I'll often shy away from because I don't know. There's this fundamental feeling like I'm going too far. Oh, here we have from Mafik. Amarasai has finally built a not bad kit from the 90s that has been to recolor the remnants of Xeon's mobile... Oh, okay, I see what's happening here. The unicorn version of the Masarai has more weapons than the old one. Has the beam rifle. I don't consider this a rifle because it looks like a sub-beam gun. I mean, are any beam weapons really rifles? Do beams require rifling? That's why something is named a rifle, but, you know, weapon nomenclature is funny. The Fedea long rifle that has installed a beam saber on the back, and lastly, the Sea Serpent, a wired guided anchor that has electricity to stun enemies. Small fun fact, the Marasai has been used by the Titans during the Grips, pronounced Grips? Okay, yeah, I got it right. War, and soon later was used by Glenny's rebellion during the Neo-Zeon Civil War. Last seen used during the attack on the Torrington alongside other old Zeon mobile suits. It is like, yeah, just a dialed up Zaku. Like, make all the spikes bigger, make the skirt plates longer, give it a goddamn electro grapple. Why the hell not? Yeah, beam beamer. There you go. A beam skip. Dark green, green, and bright pale green. Do I have that? Hang on. I have that color right here. This is what that fucking looks like. I haven't even used this color. Dark green, green, and bright pale green. I haven't even opened this bottle. Alright, I might have to give that a shot. Rifle has evolved past its literal definition. Yeah, it kind of
Here
just describes any weapon of that
we
shape
specialize
and
in
style.
turning your shame into more shame.
And more paint. Yeah, I think rifle at this point more describes the role of the weapon. As in, like, a two-handed, long-range weapon with a stock is generally considered to be a rifle. Even that's not necessarily true, though. What would define
99
a rifle in
bottles
modern
of paint on the
nomenclature?
wall,
Long
99
arm.
bottles of paint.
There you go.
Take one down, shake it around. 150 bottles of paint on the wall.
So many more than that at this point. Fucking do it, Zombie Brush! Fucking do it!
Welcome
Yes!
back to
Do
50
a Battle
Shades
Master
of
in that
Cold
color.
Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
It's a damn nice build. And an interesting suit. A version of Xeon mobile suits that I'm not really familiar with. I kind of like how the Zaku's head has been extended down into an almost samurai-like helmet, and then we still have the little side tubes going in. Very cool build, Mafik. An accurate firearm. Long arm with standard caliber ammunition. Yeah, but then they got like plasma rifles. Gauss rifles. Which I think in that case, I think rifle more in the... Well, Gauss... Do Gauss weapons need rifling? I guess they would, because the rifling is there to correct the trajectory of a solid slug ammunition. So even if it were being projected using magnetic accelerators, you would still want rifling, right? Right. But an energy weapon, like a plasma rifle, you wouldn't need rifling for directed energy. This is a stupid conversation. I mean, this is the... plus the Fedea long rifle and Sea Serpent belong to other mobile suits, the Hammurabi and the Gaptheli. I love Xeon names. It'd be stabilized by its shape. Okay. You make the projectile spin. Well, yeah, that's what rifling does. But that corrects the trajectory and keeps it... It's like throwing a football. It's the same reason that you throw a football. Not the same reason to throw a football, but the same reason that you spin a football as you throw it. You roll it off your hand. I'm out. I'm out, Merlin. Hang on. Hang on. I'll go get one. You know, I realized we had this exact conversation just a few streams ago about Gauss weapons, the necessity of rifling, how rifling would be useless outside of the gravitational pull of a planet. Like, we just had this conversation not long ago, so I'm not going to entertain it any longer. Well, you would accelerate it. No, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. We're not doing it. We're moving on. We're looking at what Project Dark Fox drew. Another headshot thing. That is all some real style to this one. Got like a wild-haired sex and violence 1980s thing going on here, and I like it. Kind of a Mad Max flair. Those eyes say mischief to me. Well, I'm gonna have to make it cost more Merlin models. Damn it. This is really nice work. I love how far your shading has come in the last year. The heavy shadow on the fore of the face, and then the light source coming slightly from behind is incredibly visually effective. Works really well with the light on the collarbone and the neck in particular. Inside of the ear with the other half of the ear in shadow. Good job on the hair as well. Damn, Project Dark Fox. A damn. Here we have from Asri. In painting these, I was surprised to have discovered that gingers do indeed have souls. Oh, that old chestnut. They just sell their souls to Sigmar so he can make more Stormcast Eternals. From the souls of gingers, that Stormcast Eternals are gingers. Oh. That doesn't make any sense at all. I think Pro Acryl Transparent Blue is my favorite color. So rich, so deep, so intense. Excuse me. I'll be in my bunk. Pro Acryl colors in general are really, really nice. I have to compliment these paint jobs, Asri, because these are fairly simple paint jobs that you're doing overall. You're not doing anything overly complex. You're not doing crazy volumetric lighting, super complex highlighting. These are all simple techniques being applied clean and well, using colors that are vivid enough to be seen at average play distances. The combination of the red and the blue and that kind of brassy gold armor. Oh, that's nice. That's so nice. This is, like I said, I'm feeling this need to return to simpler paint styles lately, and seeing things like this is really quite inspirational on that front. And yeah, the Pro Acrylic colors are damn hard to argue with. At this point, I'm down to like the remnants of my Reaper Master series Pro Acryl and Rainy River designs, like the only paints that I have anymore. Trick to these was to undercoat with copper before doing the bronze. Interesting. I guess that makes sense. So you've got a nice warm metallic tone underneath, and then you can build on top of that. That's what gives this armor the depth that it has. And depth is really important when you're using simple painting techniques. Lovely work on the hair. And excellent work on the basing too, Azri. That is a damn great looking set. Made the brawn less desaturated. Yeah, it gives it that richness and depth, exactly. Oh, here we have from Bahamut, working on them Salamanders. God, that is such a lovely green. And then we got Dog Ghosts. What are these guys called? They're called something. Everybody's been painting them lately. I think they came out like a year or two ago. Every time I see them, I just think Dog Ghost. And then I get sad, because doggies shouldn't be ghosts. They should be happy and loved. I like this. This is a nice touch. The inclusion of what? This is a Stormcast Eternal shield, isn't it? On top of the bolters on the attack bike, and then you've done the Salamander's crest on that shield. That's a good use of a spare bit. I like that a lot. Glaive Wraiths. Oh, that's very literal, isn't it? They're wraiths and they have glaives. Okay, fine. Here's our chaplain that we were talking about. I'll be very curious to see how this guy comes out, since we've been asking the question. Lovely deep green, and I'm liking these sort of lime highlights that I'm seeing on the 4 models. Definitely off to a great start, Bahamut. Those are your wifes? Oh, lucky man. Lucky man. And then we have, oh my god, look at all this terrain. Use whatever you got. I like the handmade wooden child's toy train that has been overturned, clearly transporting the Emperor's Prometheum to Hive City Playmobil. The big train overturned. You know what? Use what you got, baby. Use what you got. The point is, you're out there, you're playing the game. That's what matters. It reminds me of that. I know that Ant-Man gets criticized as being not the greatest of the Marvel movies, and it isn't. Ant-Man is not the greatest of the Marvel movies, but at the same time, it's one of the most creative and fun of the Marvel movies, and I mention this just because I laugh my ass off every single fucking time I watch Ant-Man. When we get to the final fight with Yellow Jacket, and they're fighting on his daughter's, toy table. There's the toy train coming around, and Yellow Jacket's stuck, and he looks up and he goes, "Ah!" Like, is he gonna get hit by a train? And then we zoom back up to full size, and the toy train just kind of falls over. It's... that movie is so much fun. It's an entire superhero fight that takes place on a child's toy set, and we need more creativity like that in superhero movies, not just fighting sky beams over and over. I liked Ant-Man and the Wasp, and I'm excited for Ant-Man 3, for that matter. I think Paul Rudd is just a whole lot of fun, and Evangeline Lilly has weirdly grown on me. I didn't much care for her after Lost, but oh, that's a lot of cheese. As mentioned on a previous Storm Report, here is the official chili of the Midwest. Behold, Cincinnati-style chili. Are there noodles in there? What the fuck is this? I'm having an interesting internal reaction to seeing this. Yeah, no. You just label this no pooping allowed. I have a hard time calling this chili because, yeah, this is some spaghetti with meat sauce. This offends multiple cultures at once. Look at what you've done to poor Stila. For God's sake. What? Because on the one hand, this is not fucking chili. On the other hand, I would eat this in a fucking heartbeat, and it would be one long heartbeat because my heart would stop by the time I got done with it. It's called Chili Mac in Michigan. Chili Mac is just, well, no, Chili Mac has to be with macaroni. You can't have Chili Mac with spaghetti. That's not how Chili Mac works. This is like, it's like some of the worst ingredients too. Because yeah, it's overcooked spaghetti, it's mixed with chili, which is insane, and then there's like a brick of nasty ass shredded yellow cheese. And I say this, and at the same time, I'll just fully admit, I would fucking lay into this bowl right now. I would just go in face first and eat the whole damn thing. You want to be proud of myself? Fuck no. I would absolutely do it though. I'm sorry, Zombie Brush. I like to think of it more as an objective analysis than talking shit. I probably have it twice a week. Xander Shade, have you spoken to your doctors lately? Because, oh my god, has cinnamon? Well, okay. No, I wouldn't kick this out of bed. I can't say that I would be super excited by the concept of everything we have going on here, but I would eat this before I judged it. I've had crazier things than this. I used to make fun of a friend of mine for eating peanut butter and mayonnaise sandwiches. And then I had a PB and mayo with slices of banana in it, and it was one of the greatest things I ever had. So I've learned to at least try everything. Probably sounds like the brass section of an orchestra at their house, because they're farting so much. That's the joke. Here we have from Sumitha, Operation Lancaster Thunderhead Studio exclusive preview. You know, Zombie Brush, I might just take you up on that. A lance of the Ronin Free Company's mercenaries, Hawk Moth gunships, moving in to provide air support as things start to turn nasty in the city. What do these little things remind me of? They make me think of something that, like, Cobra would have in G.I. Joe. Something about the sort of plump shape of the body and how elevated the rotors are. Nasty little Gauss rifles with motors. Oh. Okay, that would explain the big ol' honkin' gun hanging off the front of it. I mean, you know, if you gotta get a Gauss rifle somewhere on time, it might as well be on one of these funny... They remind me of like a bug body. You call it a hawk moth. It reminds me, interestingly enough, of like the back end of a moth. Real plump, you know? Very, very cool design. What do we got next here? A little while back, I shared the sketch version of this piece. This is the finalized version. This is the section image for the Choices short stories section of Operation Lancaster. Somehow feels fitting to post this on the 2-year anniversary of the stream as I'm sitting here marking the 5-year anniversary of the launch of the project that would become Operation Lancaster, the short stories of which are the crown jewels. I agree, they're the best part of it. As always, Matt Plog kicking ass. He is a damn talented artist no matter what it is he is working on. Oh, there's a lot going on. I really like how this part here, our Sumitha up here, is rendered. The composite of this Jenner getting blasted out here. Damn cool work. To go dig back into those short stories. It's been a while since I've read them, and honestly, Sumitha, your writing came a long way, and while I know I noted to you some of the stories were better than others depending on who wrote them, there are a few in there that are really... Wait, this isn't a Sumitha? Isn't it? No, I guess it isn't. You know what it is? I saw the big flat arms, and I thought to myself, it was the combination of the arm and the missile launcher, but I guess the Sumitha missile launcher has a different shape to it. Yeah, you're right. The torso's all wrong. So anyways, I started blasting. Yeah. I mean, you know, To be fair, it is a Mad Cat rendered with this sort of hexagonal arm, and since I can't see the shield on the outside, you can see how this might look a bit like a Sumitha's arm. The elbow joint is obviously all wrong. I appreciate that, Sumitha. Very cool. Very, very cool. Coming down. Here we have from Merlin Models. Sypha is a speaker and granddaughter of the Elder of Speakers, a group of nomadic scholars. She uses her knowledge of sorcery to control the elements. Absolute badass at fighting vampires. God, yeah, Sypha is a really badass character. The Castlevania show was genuinely pretty great. It kind of meandered for a while there and then ended very, very quickly. Felt like they weren't sure where to go with it, but there are so many great parts in it, and it didn't overstay its welcome, I think is what's important. Sypha Belnades was a particularly well-realized character. As far as video game adaptations go, it probably did one of the best jobs I've ever seen at really adapting the feel and the visuals of a video game into a world that didn't feel like it was just a video game, which is a trap that many of them fall into. I love the addition of the fire and the water magic swirling around. These little blasts of color do a lot. I love what you did with the fire. This is probably the best painted part of the mini. This looks excellent. Glowing from within with the darker parts on the outside. Really nice high contrast. Very, very nicely done. And a good print to boot. I wish that their Trevor was a better design, but I'm with Merlin on this one. I saw the design of Trevor that the same guy did, and I was like, it doesn't really look like Trevor. I don't want to paint that. Which sucks, because I'd love to paint a good-looking Trevor, like, surrounded by the morning star, you know, like, swinging around. Yeah, it's a terrible design. And Trevor's such a cool character. Fucking fantastic job, Merlin, and thank you for continuing to post this as you've worked on it. Oh, here we have from Mag, Notorious Maximus, our very own Cyber Knight Metal Core Collectibles. My case of exploding backitis is slowing things down a bit, but I've already got over 700 parts printed for the Reckoning. Still a ways to go. Yet you fine folk out there may be lucky enough to have some of these pieces in the near future. I'm gonna definitely have to get my hands on some. The Reckoning is such a fucking cool looking mech. Big nasty son of a bitch. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I'm gonna have to paint one as Gossamer from Looney Tunes, because that is the first thing that I saw. And you know what, Sumitha? You're just gonna have to deal with that. You too, Metalcore. You too. Here we have from, also Cyber Knight. I can mostly sit without paint, so working on some painting too. Got a lot of parts to paint for a full Reckoning set, lots of options, but slowly getting there. Didn't get to the fun color adding part yet, but at least the gray shows the details better. Yeah, it's amazing how literally any paint at all, makes a huge fucking difference, particularly on these 3D printed mechs. Something about the ceramic gray resin that we use, I don't know what it is, some physical property of it, it's like it eats light. You almost can't see it. Anything to change the finish of the surface makes all the detail more visible. I think it's some combination of the surface finish and the slight translucence that eliminate shadows. And so it becomes almost impossible to see the detail on it with no shadow at all. You did not. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Fuck you. No! You didn't fucking magnetize the fucking feet. No. 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 Let's look at this cat. Let's look at Nash's cat snuggling a seal plush. It's adorable. Lovely coat. Really, really nice coat. Oh, pretty. Pretty kitty. Oh my god. Merlin. Okay, fair enough, Sumitha. That actually... I probably still wouldn't do it, but that at least makes sense. I was like, what the hell would you do with the... But I was thinking like magnetize the ankles, but you're saying you magnetize the feet so that the mech sticks down to the base and then you can remove it from the base. That's different than magnetizing the ankles, which, again, is what my brain did. Yeah, Sumitha, I used to magnetize everything, and now I magnetize very little. Maybe I'm just getting lazy in my old age. Pretty kitty. Pretty kitty. Here we have from Kevin Kitsune, Mephitic Blightholler I'm working on. Death Guard Green as base, Nurgling Green as the first layer, both airbrushed over Typhus Corrosion so the metal's all gritty and not smooth. That's a trick I've used before, Kevin Kitsune, and it's very, very clever. Using Typhus Corrosion just for the surface effect. Doing rust effects over Typhus Corrosion is incredibly effective. I have no idea what I'm gonna do with the base, though. So a way that I've liked to base Nurgle stuff, Kevin Kitsune, is used cork to establish the base that the model's going to sit on, and leave like some little, little like streams between it, and then use like neon and snot green colors mixed into either epoxy or water effects from like Woodland Scenics, and do a nasty slime down between the cork. And then on top of the cork, paint it like kind of rotting, nasty dirt and clumps of moss and shit like that. You can do that all fairly simply with just like texture pastes, PVA white glue, a little bit of epoxy or water effects, a few colors of paint, and dry brushing. And I think that it's a really, really good basing technique for Nurgle-specific items. Oh, I like that. I like that green. It came out nice. The Mephitic Blightholler is such an uncomfortable design, isn't it? I appreciate the combination of mechanical parts and nasty fleshy bits they've been doing on Nurgle models for the last few years. Use watered down Vallejo texture paste, red oxide for rust and corrosion too. Yeah, no, that's a really good idea, Vergataran. I have a problem in that I always want to paint like, well, you still come over that and yeah, do some dry brushing. Like dab it on and then dry brush it a little bit with like a lighter orange just to give it some depth. That would look really fucking good. Really good, actually. Think about that. I gotta think about that. But that will bring us to the end of tonight's Storm Report and to the end of our 2-year stream anniversary. Let me figure out who we're going to raid. Who's doing what? People be streaming, right? It's Thursday. Today's Thursday, right? Yeah, it totally is. Ooh, Critical Role is going. How exciting. Commander Mittens, Alara Kerensky's playing some Battle Tech. Oh my god, my own voice coming out of my speakers. Let's go ahead and get... Yes, anyone who won tonight, please contact me on Discord if I do not contact you by the end of tonight. I should be in touch, if not tonight, then tomorrow, and we will get your prizes worked out and sent to you over the next day or so. Yeah, let's go ahead and get one going on over to Commander Mittens. She had to leave her house recently due to flooding in China, but has thankfully been able to return and get busy on streaming again. So let's go ahead and get that raid going. Folks, if you're not following Commander Mittens, I know a lot of you are probably turning in for the night, but please do me a favor, do yourself a favor, do her a favor, stick around for a few minutes, check out her stream, consider dropping her a follow. I love Commander Mitten. She's a very talented painter. She uses very, very achievable techniques to do really, really high quality paint jobs. I think some of the best tabletop style paint jobs, not like hyper artistic paint jobs I've seen in a long time. I love her. Malaysia, sorry, yeah, fucking China. I was confusing her ethnicity with her location because I'm thinking with my brain. I know better. What was I saying? Yeah, check it out. Consider dropping her a follow. We're gonna be back Sunday the 23rd. We're gonna roll right on into Vader and Oil Session 3. Continue working on our second Blue Vader that we started tonight because damn am I ever happy with where this one is going. Tuesday the 25th we'll be doing Hex Tech terrain painting. I'll be painting up some of the new Hex Tech desert hills that are about to release from Steel Warrior Studios. So, you know, check it out. If you're not sure how to paint your hills, I can give you some good tips on that. We'll also be doing some texturing. Thursday, the 27th, we'll be playing Prey again, but most importantly, Saturday, the 29th, on Discord, it is going to be our Neil Breen movie night. We're going to be watching Fateful Findings. I want you to be there so much. Join me. It's going to be fucking insane. Oh my god, I'm running out of time. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for everyone who posted. Thank you for joining me tonight, and thank you to my amazing mod team as always. I'm going to go get something to eat, so until next time, keep on painting.